And hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to Foxhole Fridays, where we have the Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. And I am so glad to be here with one of the greatest group of players this side, actually in all of Charted Space.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
And Uncharted.
And Uncharted Space.
So humble.
No, don't be humble. Be awesome. So let me see. Thank you for being here. I want to say all of you who are here and who are watching, thank you. I want to thank everybody who's watching us here and also on YouTube. If you want to support this show, which is mostly funded through your generous donations, you can do so. And the first and best way to support us is by watching. Yes, here and on YouTube. If you're on the YouTube, do the like and subscribe thing, because that's cool. Leave comments. For example, Will and TW, I make notes, made a comment on the last episode and said, I'm squinting at my players so they know that they're gonna have to deal with compliments. So
Oh, all right. My camera's off. You're lucky I didn't set this up yet. Hold on, I got a couple minutes.
It's too late.
Damn it.
Will and TW has said, what an amazing episode again. Hints of a local plot and thoughts on the overall mission. Insights into the Harlock's training and Zodani society. Poignant moments right to the end of the episode. And fantastic NPC interactions as always. Thanks all. Thank you, Willen. Willen is also one of our sponsors. We have a special sponsorship tier, and that's $200 on Patreon. We have a Patreon in general. You can hang out if you like. And that sponsorship tier will pay for 4 out of the 5 players of our show for 1 week.
So one's going to get thrown into the pit.
So
Per usual.
You'll know what happened.
And if you are a sponsor, you get a special ad to play during the break, and also like a special shout out in our credits, and also a special shout out now. So I want to thank Will and TW and also Josh Me and Art. Josh Me and Art, by the way, has done the art for the game Iron Sworn Starforge, and the art is beautiful. So much thanks. And but besides
and for Spellwind.
Yes, really?
Yeah, you should check it out.
Wait,
Josh has done the art for Spellwind, and it's amazing.
You didn't tell me that Josh did the art for Spellwind.
Surprise! Josh did the art for Spellwind.
Wait a minute. Josh's art is amazing, and Spellwind's art is amazing, so I should have known all along.
Connected the dots. Yep. Makes sense now?
Does make sense now. You should be watching Spellwind, everybody. I'll tell you that we'll get there in a second. Let's see. I'm gonna check their audio when they introduce themselves. But if you want to, you can also, by the way, just let people know that we're live. You can give tips and bits. If you do, I will read out those messages at the break. You can join our Discord and hang out and chat with us. There's some chats in Discord right now, which I have not yet read because I have been super busy, but I'm now coming out of that super busy time, and I actually got some sleep, so I'm very excited. But I feel like that's all of the big stuff. It's time to introduce our players. So I was on a talk show where I talked about how my players are the best players in the entire universe, and it's true. And I would like each of our players to introduce themselves, who they are playing, and answer a question. And the question is going to be, this is a question. I like this question. And it says something about, you all. Well, not you, but your characters. You know what I mean. So, in this world, space travel is a little bit more like sea travel, like in the old days sea travel, where it just takes a long time to get from point A to point B. And also, when you arrive at a place, you tend to stick there. It takes about a week or so to get from point A to point B. And when you arrive at a port, you end up staying there for about a week or so. Just tend to be one of those things that take, like, you can kind of rush it if you need to, but people tend to like dock. They spend it. When you pay for your berthing fees, it's always for a week. They never, even if you only stay for a day. So people tend to stay. They sort of, they do what they're going to do. And so the question I have for you all that I would love for you to answer about your character is, in your experience traveling, when you've arrived on a port and you're going to be there for a week, does your character normally go out, sightsee, do lots of things, or do they normally spend time studying? Right? Are they the kind of person that is like, I study while we're in jump space. When we're not in jump space, I go off and do other things. Or are they the kind of person that's like, okay, I know we're in port, but like, I just gonna stay in and just study anyway. Now I know that our broker, our
Yeah.
purser, usually can't just spend their entire time in port if they want to do speculative trade, 'cause that just takes more time. But if you're doing freight, you can. So I'm just kind of curious to know where you all are at in terms of how studious you are. Like, what is your in your life, and maybe that has changed. And if it has changed, say how. That's cool. How has your character normally sort of dealt with things when they've arrived on ports? Also, I will side note. Yeah, I'm gonna do that I'm gonna have them do that while I check their audio. So first person up is going to be Ari, so I can check your audio.
Cool. Hi, I'm Ari _adventures, and I'm playing Terrica. They are a they were born to a noble family, but they've rejected that. And the more that they find out about that nobility, the more awful it gets. Pretty much. Anywho, so I think that Terrica, it really depends, right? Like, I think when they first got the Gambler, they wanted to do a lot of work on like taking care of the Gambler and fixing things, and there's still a huge piece of that for them. But they do like exploring the ports that we go to and the different things that they get to see. You're talking about somebody who full on decided that they were going to go be a space merchant for a while. So exploring the world, meeting people, that's actually something they really enjoy.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, your parents did not think that was an appropriate choice, the space merchant thing.
Yes, they were very against it. Well, mother was very against it. Father was against it because of necessity. I think apathy is maybe the best way to describe him.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
And this question is in no way stirring the pot. Like, it's just a question. It's just a random question. I wouldn't even,
Trooper, I don't believe you.
You probably shouldn't in this instance. So Mom was against you leaving Drinax and just running off doing space merchanty things, as opposed to staying in the floating palace. And I believe your understanding of that is because your mother is just very controlling. But your mother did not want you leaving the palace. That's interesting.
Yeah. Terrica's perspective is that that their mother, that Lady Hill, is very controlling, and that Lady Hill wanted Terrica to step into nobility and carry on the lineage in a much more direct and like. We haven't talked about this, but in my head, like, Lady Hill is like, if she could become the matriarch of Drinax, or if she could make Terrica do that, then she would. That's my.
I don't think we need to talk about that, because that's true.
Yeah. And so Terrica is basically like, no, we don't need. Why are we like? Listen. There is no world that requires one set of people to be better than a different set of people. That shouldn't exist. And I'm going to go be with the people. Bye, Mom. Or Mother. Wow. I think they would have said Mother. I don't think they would have said Mom. And it wouldn't have been as direct. I think they slipped away in the middle of the night. I don't think they actually had a conversation with Mother.
So I'm just taking my notes. Terrica is conflict avoidant. Okay, cool. Just taking notes. I just wouldn't worry about it.
Fair. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine.
I'm sure it's fine. I'm just taking notes in my very, very cool gambler's notepad. You said your dad was apathetic.
Yes, and just to be clear for the audience, this is the person who was their father as they grew up.
Uh-huh.
This is not their biological father, as we have learned.
So
I don't
you think that's
know.
connected at all?
I do actually. I
Like trade, I
do.
also like trade, so that's.
Wait, what, Corey?
It's very flattering that you like free trade, because I also enjoy free trade. So that's cool.
Oh no.
Oh, I'm sorry. I feel like the next person that has to go right now is Cord, obviously. So, Cord, who are
Right.
you? Who are you playing? And then, how does your character tend to spend their time when they're in port?
Hi, everybody. I'm Cord. I used to be called Mythomatic, and now I'm Cord. I still do the same stuff. I role play over on my channel. I'm doing Star Citizen right now, and I'm also doing a show in my world of Spellwind and a bespoke setting soon to be written whenever I have the spoons to do it. But that is every
Same.
Monday. Yeah, right. It's like, I've got all the ideas. Why can't I put them on paper? So anyway, that's right now we're doing a heist game in Evervale. It is 10 years after the deletion of the castle grounds. There's a giant void of a cube missing where the castle grounds were. There's a large vein of crystalline, like mouth of a cave that just sort of has been supplying crystals to the large metropolis of Evervale. But there's been a massacre lately, or in the past 5 years, or 5 years ago, and the guilds went together and put a lockdown on the Evervein. No more crystals. And then now, 5 years later, all these guilds are starting to get antsy, and some are starting to hire others, like our party, to go and do a heist. And this is a comedic game over on my channels on Monday, or over on my channel on Mondays. But I'm playing Captain Admiral Baron, actually more Admiral Baron Severance. He is a self-proclaimed noble. He is also a clone of a duke of within, or a once duke in the Imperium, who was left on Drinax. He grew up on Drinax. He considers himself Drinaxian. He tried his best to become a free trader early on, failed out. He tried then to be a drifter, couldn't do it, and ended up getting back into schooling for a little bit, but only to then become a drug dealer and built up his street chemistry. He's very good at talking.
Kicked out of school.
And then he got kicked out of school. Yeah, surprise. And then he got kicked out of school for that. So he, Dadmiral, thank you, Carissa. Yep, Dadmiral. And he is trying his best to prove himself to, I think, himself most of all. He feels that he is destined to be noble. Maybe that's an ancestral memory. Maybe it isn't. He does have wacky, weird memories every once in a while, considering he is a clone. But yeah, he is a clone of an imperial duke, but he is Drinaxian, considers himself Drinaxian. He also, like I said, is a self-proclaimed noble. He's also self-proclaimed admiral of our fleet. We have 2 ships. One is a stealth class fighter, and the other one is our Harrier. And he's like, well, then I'm the admiral.
Really? Like two and a half ships? So you dropped one off on Thebes.
Right. Look at this fleet we got going on. We got to get like a bumper sticker that says like property of Admiral Baron Severance. So we all now know with the fleet. Or gamblers / Stone Jackal. Anyway, yeah, we should just put our name on it. That'll help. Anyway, I'm playing that character, and you gave me a question. The question was, what would I like? Do I usually go out on port when we're port? Like, what am I doing?
What do you normally do when you're at port?
Usually he goes out and he doesn't do a lot of drinking. He doesn't drink, but he will go to the watering hole and he will still learn about the people here. He does a lot of people watching. And that's, of course, I think more of a guilty pleasure of his. He would rather go do trade and freight and things like that. But then after that, he will probably take his time, maybe get a cup of tea, and then maybe make his way over toward the park or maybe the commons or wherever may be on a spaceport or a port, and then he would just watch people and try to figure out their narrative to what they're doing, their purpose, and it's just sort of a practice for him. Um,
Mhm.
he's not entirely. He has a high social skill, but I don't think he is very social. I
Mm.
think that is probably why he does a lot of watching and does a lot of studying, and he could
Mhm.
see and learn behavior, but he doesn't quite. He's not the best at being social or approachable himself. Um, so I
Hmm.
think that is
Hmm.
like he would go do trade, but if that is all said and done and he had his own free time and he didn't feel like he needed to do any work for the gambler, he would probably be comfortable people watching.
Could I just ask a question? It just
Of course
occurred
you
to me,
can.
just a random question. Uh, you mentioned that he wasn't very approachable. Do you think that's why your child, Terica, has not really approached you yet? Do you think that's why?
That has to be it.
What?
That has to be it.
I'm just
Yeah, I
asking.
would think. Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So
But I mean, it's
you
just normal.
figure,
Yeah,
yeah, it's just normal.
normal at this point. Yeah, I'm
Makes
used to
sense.
it.
But
Yeah,
oh,
nothing to do with murder.
What?
I just want to know that I have these
Am
conflicting
I gonna be
feelings right
murdered?
there. No, it's because you kind of accidentally murdered someone.
All right, I did that. There was
Did
that.
someone say
I was.
murder?
Oh,
That's
you.
the voice I
Oh,
was
you. And
expecting.
isn't that a nice segue? Speaking of murder,
Speaking of
Greg.
murder, Greg, Greg,
Perfect.
who are you? Who are you playing? And then tell me, what does your character normally do, normally speaking, when
Speaking of
you
murder,
arrive
Greg,
in
not Val.
port?
Greg.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Right.
perfect.
Hi, everybody. My name's Greg. I play Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey, and Val would probably normally go out and talk with everybody, do some, kind of pro bono
Mm-hmm,
hospital or medical work, things like that. But
mm-hmm,
recently,
hmm.
he has been an island unto himself. The universe entire is inside his makeshift med bay.
Mhm, mhm.
Super duper
Ex-
healthy.
yes. If I recall correctly, you've been looking like you've lost some weight as well. Uh,
Yep.
mhm, mhm, mhm.
Yep. Just a little
Now,
bit.
just a little bit, just a little bit. But my understanding is that your very good friend Sue is not is up to be there with you to keep you grounded and safe, and is certainly not in a level 5 diagnostic, like away for hours, like just there to support you right now. Yeah, is that right?
Correct. As of right now, a level 5 diagnostic, at least at the end of last
Wh-
episode, whenever apparently my
Oh,
computer needed a level 5 diagnostic as well. Um, yes, that's where
oh no,
Sue is.
no, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought that Sue was there to keep you grounded and safe. Oh, but he's away in a level 5 diagnostic. So he's not there to keep you.
Correct. I
Oh,
am not wearing my water wings.
oh. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
Yep.
Uh
I I will ask everybody, just because I didn't get a chance to last time. If you want to, I have a YouTube channel now. It's been up for about 2 weeks. It's called Warp Reactor. I'm over there reacting to all the Star Trek that I ever missed and the top 150 sci-fi movies according to Rotten Tomatoes. So if you like science fiction and you can stand and stomach me, hey, I got a place for you. But other than that, Trooper, have at me. I'm sure that Val is staring down the barrel of an episode of some kind. So let's do it. I'm ready.
Excellent. Side note, if you're ever going to do the bottom 150 sci-fi movies, invite me and I'll react with you,
Oh,
because who doesn't want really bad sci-fi movies? And also
Trooper,
Lindy.
you are invited
And
for
also
the
Ari.
first one. Right. Ice Pirates. I'm doing Ice Pirates. So
Oh! Okay, I just want you to know that the entire cast wants to react with you, because
sure.
apparently we really love bad movies. So, mhm, mhm.
Yeah,
Uh,
absolutely. Yeah. So
you know, what's interesting,
oh,
about
we're not
Val,
done. Yeah.
no, is that Val aided the Harlock in removing an essence from a dying shard of Viridian. Together, those two did this
A
very
bang-up
important
job, I
thing.
might add.
Yes, but there were side effects of that thing that happened. And one of those side effects is that there is this sort of connection between the Harlock and Val. If I recall correctly, the strongest two psionics on the ship. And that connection keeps you always a bit closer. So being an island unto yourself is a bit tricky when the Harlock, who's been perhaps thankfully a bit farther away but is back, is
Hovering
close.
around every corner, right behind you at every moment.
Which brings up the Harlock. Rocket, I'm so happy to have you back. Rocket, who are you? Who are you playing? And how does your character tend to spend their time in port?
Yes. Hello, everyone. It is I, Rocket Fox, your second favorite person, but maybe soon to be your first because I got a lap full of kittens. You know, it's just me and my lap full of kittens, which is going to be a huge problem when I have to run to the restroom. So, yes, but you can otherwise find me in all the places, mostly here. I produce a couple shows over on Cybernation Uncensored, mostly around, well, actually, last time for Morning Play Cafe, we played Storyteller, which is like a storytelling puzzle game. And I also am supposed to, on the last Tuesday of the month, bring you the monthly weird, but that's kind of not happened because of schedule stuff, so stay tuned. And yeah, so I am bringing you tonight, today, wherever it is, wherever you are, the Harlock, who is the ship's psionic maestro, as well as apparently the only person who drinks. So
Not the only person.
uh,
I'm
fair.
pretty
I'm
sure
just
Quint drinks.
all right.
I mean, we'll have to ask.
All right.
But
I was assuming that Val did too, but all of a sudden everyone is over here talking about clean living and whatnot. So.
Val
Um,
lives very cleanly indeed. He always cleans up any evidence of surgeries.
just you know, well, if no one is left alive to see the mess, did it even really happen? You know.
What?
But yeah, that being said, on ports, whenever it happens, you know, the Harlock does, and she has not used it a lot lately, but she does have a special pass that gets her into
Yes.
the swankiest and fanciest of places. So she'll normally go in there because that is where you will find some information that you cannot find in other places, and also pricey drinks. Am I right? But yeah,
Yes.
uh, her whole mission, if you wanted to even call it that, is finding out more about certain things, people, places, and information is value. And you're never going to get information about anything if you're just hanging out on the ship.
That
Although
is
that
fair.
answer could change if more studying got us higher levels quicker.
More studying
I
gets you
kid.
higher levels.
Well,
Now, speaking of the other person who drinks on this ship, Lindy, who are you? Who are you playing? And what does your character do normally when at port?
Hi, I'm Lindy, Laugh Love Lindy, and I'm up to my eyeballs in Call of Cthulhu lately these days. You don't see it all, but it's behind the scenes. It's all behind the scenes stuff. But for you all, it's a Wednesday show, and it's great. You know, I'm also a tabletop RPG addict. People go, "Hey, Lindy, you want to play games?" And I go, "Yes." And then I see if I can make it fit in my schedule. But yeah, that's me, and I'm in this game right now, Traveler, which I'm very excited about playing. You know, Quint Vesper. And it's a bit the question you ask is a bit tricky because Quint's had many phases of their life. Quincy Vanderbilt, the good Navy person, would have gone to port and partied a bit on some of that shore leave. The quintessential Viridian training, all training all day. Quinlan, the very well-behaved Imperial Scout, would have definitely tried to escape their fellow ship member Chaz. So if Chaz was going out, Quint would stay on the ship and study, and if Chaz was staying on the ship a lot, Quint would go out, or like, try to go out to different places at the very least. But now
Chaz is dead,
oh,
right?
Chaz is so dead, and it's so great.
How did that happen?
He ran into my axe. He ran into my axe 12 times.
Well, but I assume he had it coming.
Nice.
He really did. He
Also
really
nice.
did. Yeah. So
You would've done the
Quint Vesper what does Quint Vesper do on their leave? Because this is really the first off-planet travel that Quint, as Quint, their birth name, has had, because they didn't leave the planet before the Navy when they were Quincy Vanderbilt. So, that's a great question. So far, it's been off the ship, doing the work of the captain because I'm impersonating the captain. Quint's still trying to figure out what it is that they want. They don't have a direction in life right now, except for apparently we're pirates. Figured that one out real recently. Trying to do some diplomacy for Drinax. That's cool. Learning things all the time about this crew that I joined up with randomly. So I think just they're trying to figure it out. I think they're trying to figure out what it is that they want to do with port time. Right now it's going out shopping, doing some errands, because they haven't had the opportunity to do errands as themselves, even though they're the Harlock right now. They're they can squeak some things in here and there.
Yeah.
Trying to figure it out. Yep.
I have a question.
I have hopefully an answer.
So, been on the ship recently. Just your first time, like, being yourself, deciding what you want with your life.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. And how much sleep have you been getting?
Solid, normal 8 hours, baby. Typical. Sleep's important.
Yeah. Sleep's important.
Lack of sleep, you'll age quicker. You need your body to recover from exercise. So I've been able to do my silks training. So yeah. 7-8 hours, typical average amount of sleep.
Well, that's good. That's good. I just wanted I had a question I wanted to ask.
Yeah.
So Ari said something about Terrica not believing that some people are better than others. Want to be one of the people.
Yes.
I was just wondering what Quint as a Solomani thinks about that idea, because the Solomani don't have nobles.
No, well, we don't eat them because we are better than everyone else who's not Solomani.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, we don't need nobles. Like all Solomani are equal.
Right.
Half Solomani are better than completely not Solomani, but I mean, it's better to just be Solomani.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
Yeah. Although, having been out in space now, they might not be as bad, those half Solomani, non Solomani. They might not be as bad as the Solomani Empire says. Some of them.
So
others are just as bad, if not worse. Yeah.
Yeah. I will just note, not the Solomani Empire, the Solomani Confederation, because
I'm sorry. We're not an empire. The Solomani Confederation. I was thinking about the empire when I said that.
Empire. Yeah. Right.
Those are all terrible. We don't like them. No. Ew. Gross.
And I am your GM, troopersjp. No. Let me give you a little mini recap. Our ship, the Gambler, arrived in the space of the number one system, on day 52. It took them quite a few hours, almost like 20 hours, to fly into the high point down port of the planet number one. Number one does not have a high port, so really big ships cannot land there, or because they cannot usually get into atmosphere. But they have a giant, one super tall mountain, and at the very top of that mountain is a small. Actually, it's not that small. It's like 3 million people. A village, a city that's on the top of this mountain where they have this spaceport. And the entire planet is surrounded with a very toxic, corrosive atmosphere, and that little top of the mountain is right above the atmosphere. So most of the people there have, like, when they're in the on the port, right? They've got like a little bit of a like they usually have like a little rebreather. The atmosphere is very, very thin up there, so you can still breathe. It's just a little bit thin, but the whole place itself is full of domed cities. There are 6 domed cities. Um, there's some perhaps disagreement about the governmental structure of this planet. But officially, well, that's not true. According to the people who control the spaceport, it's a unified planet with everyone supporting the warden of this former prison planet. And they believe themselves to be one of the last sort of bulwarks of the old Sandalian Empire. And so that was day 53. On day 53, our the Harlock landed their very, very illegally obtained stealth ship on one of the moons of this planet, put a little transponder there so they can find it again, but then they don't have to worry about answering questions about where did you get this ship that doesn't have a transponder and is clearly some kind of military ship, and you probably should not have it. So, so the Harlock took care of that and actually had some silence for a while, not being around lots of people. And Terrica and Quint went down to the Dragon's Dome, the main dome of this planet, did some shopping. There were some people who recognized Terrica in ways. There might be other things down there. We'll find out. And, there were some very important discussions happening between Severance and Val also had some important discussions with Sue, his completely not an AI computer program. And Sue was gonna have a conversation with Quint, but that didn't happen. There's a little bit of tension between people on the ship. Once the stealth ship was dropped off, they picked up the Harlock. Our entire crew is together on the ship. They have been invited to meet the speaker of the faction of people on this planet called the Freedmen. They have a dome city, and they've been invited to come to this, let's say, a banquet for them in 2 days' time, which would be day 55. Yep, day 55. I believe I said that. Willen would know if I said 55 or 54, but I think it was 55. And they did a little bit of shopping. Everyone's here together. And we left everyone together. Day 56. Thank you, Willen. Day 56. And we left them all as the sort of night set, and they're all working pretty hard to do. They're not really hanging out too much off the ship. They're taking a study session while they're here. So we're just gonna, get in, get out. But there are plans at work and news stories at play. And we will start our game on day 54, when on a planet, and I will just note, side note, when you're in a high port, you're still in space, and so it's not even really the same, and like you don't really get sunrises or sunsets in the same way, but now you're actually on a planet, and so you get to have the sunrise, and you get to see, right, this beautiful sunrise as you are on this planet. And I will, in this moment, turn things over to the crew, the gamblers, to find out what they do, if anything, on day 54 of their time on number 1.
So I guess I have one question, which is that Terrica and Val had made a deal involving the previous night. And specifically that Val was going to hook himself up, that Sue was going to be in a level 5 diagnostic, and Terrica was going to go sleep in the room and do the same thing that they've been doing for the last couple of weeks, where they've been holding onto their brooch and trying to send goodwill and love and safety and all these things Val's way while he sleeps. So my question is, did that happen? Like,
That's a
did Val
great
actually, because they went to knock, but did Val let them in?
When would the knock have occurred? And it doesn't have to be like a specific time. Like, would it be earlier in the evening, like bedtime, or like after that? Because I knew that you all were off the ship, and I can't remember where you were placed at the end or what time you had returned.
They didn't come back at like 2 in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the sun was setting when Terrica woke up from their nap to head to Val's place.
Okay. Yeah, then yes. Yeah, he would have been, well, yes, but it would have been a bit delayed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, come back in a half an hour, I'm working on something type of stuff. But then everything would have been perfect.
Spotless, spick and span. Because I know that Val cut himself at the end of last episode. Would there have been any sign of that when Terrica arrived?
That's up to Trooper, but I would gladly make a competing roll, one for cleanliness, one for not cleanliness, if you want me to. I don't. I think Val should get some type of bonus since he's used to his space.
So let's do a roll off. Since you are doing cleaning, you may certainly use your medical if you like as the means to do that, and that would be since we're talking about sort of perceptive stuff, you can say intellect medical for some cleaning if you like.
Do I get a bonus because it's my space?
Absolutely.
Or
absolutely. You get to roll with a boon because it is your space.
Oh, boon's even better. Boon.
Now, if you have something other than medical that you'd like to use, you can do
medical's fine.
I'm just saying that because you are. I mean, this is cleaning up.
I like medicals. I'll stick with what your first medical. I'll do it. I'll roll it. I mean,
if you want, if you don't have to.
You have to twist his arm.
What's my modifier, Trooper?
You can roll the boon. No,
that's right. Just boon. Just boon.
Just click that boon button.
10.
10. Terrica.
It's not as great as it could be.
Not as great as it could be.
This will be intellect based because, after all, you're sort of like peeping.
3 and a 2.
What are you wanting for? What is your when you come in? What is your approach? Are you checking out him, the space? Like, what is like when you walk into this space? What are you doing? Do you know what I mean? Like, how might you notice this thing?
When Terrica's walking in, they would sorry, there's somebody right outside my window. I just need to put this up so that they know not to disturb me. The way that Terrica would walk in, it would be very they would have, because this was right after Val had said that he's not the fucking co-pilot, which had been translated directly to them. So They would be very focused on him. They would be looking to see like how he's doing, how he's reacting, how he's holding himself. And they would be there with a lot of compassion and a lot of like concern. I would say like equal mix of the two.
Well, there are multiple options here. Whatever it is, it's going to be most likely intellect-based because you're trying to scope out something. I would say you could, depending on what you're looking at, you can roll investigate for sort of your keen observation and forensics, like that's like checking, like sort of like deep observation about the space. You could do carouse if you're wanting to sort of keep making sure that the social space is friendly, right? So like kind of seeing like a friendly vibe. You can do persuasion. I would say not diplomat. That's not really appropriate. You could do persuasion for like kind of like a slightly casual to sort of see where he's at, but it feels a little bit different than carouse. Carouse would be a bit more keeping the scene a bit mellow. Deception to see whether or not he's being deceptive in any way. There are a couple of options here, depending on how you're going, you know?
Out of everything, probably persuade feels like it's the closest to what Terrica would have learned with like the diplomat stuff in terms of reading body language and understanding like where people are at and trying to like figure out how to best address whatever is happening. So I think I would go with persuade.
And I would say that diplomat would be if you're like dealing with high class people or you're trying to negotiate and like deal with like social faux pas and that sort of thing. So I agree with you that it's more persuade than diplomat in this case. Please.
Do I get any sort of boons for this? Terrica did just take a nap. Hey, I gotta ask.
I'm going to tell you something. And I would like you to be concerned about my answer. All right?
I am already. Just hands down.
You have come back up from Dragon's Dome recently, yes?
Yeah.
And you had that whole conversation with that with the woman at the antique store, yes?
Very disturbing conversation. Yes.
Who recognized you?
Unfortunate.
Yes. You do get a boon.
You're right. That does actually worry me more than anything else. Okay. Cool. Interesting. Let me just run here we go.
Greg, I'm going to leave it up to you for you to tell me and to tell us what Terrica notices. But please note, Terrica is using not investigate or recon or deception, right? Those are not the skills that Terrica used. Terrica used persuade, which is about like informal talking, casualness. Bluffing might sort of fall under there as well, but also actually bribery and intimidation would fall under persuade, but that's not what's happening here. Terrica's coming at this situation, trying to sort of peep what's going on with Val in a sort of talky, casual, friendly, psychological sort of way. So I would ask you to say what Terrica would learn with that approach.
But also know that Terrica has rested recently.
It's very important.
But
I heard that
I was
she
just
took a
gonna-
nap.
But that's
You
not
know,
where
I
the
was
boon
just
comes
going to give a
from.
little bit of information, but that nap, this is, get ready for a backstory dump.
Yeah,
Everybody.
Okay.
Here we go.
I think what it would be going by the idea that you were saying about persuasion and just kind of banter type of, casual, making everybody relax. I think the thing that they would pick up on is that if there's any reference to Sue initially, oh, it's Sue, blah, blah, blah. Maybe for the first time, they would hear Val refer to Sue, not as Sue, but he has a level 5 diagnostic.
Oh, interesting.
I'm gonna ask a follow-up question if you don't mind, because I do think this.
Did
might
you
be
have a
relevant
nap? I mean, I'm not giving anybody that's not rested anything. So I mean, you can ask.
I actually did take a nap today, which I almost never do. But this is just
okay.
a
Well, then
question
ask
about
away.
All right, but just because of the approach that Terrica took, the approach they took, since this is about sort of like peeping vibes. By the way, Ari, you did not get that boon because you know Val so well. That's not why you got it. And you also didn't get it because you took a nap. Anyhow, so, but considering that, Ari, considering that Terrica, that they did take a nap and they do know them very well, would they pick up any kind of anything sort of out of order, considering that Sue is not currently present, that Sue's in a diagnostic in terms of Val's vibe?
Now, is this information for you or information for Terrica?
For Terrica.
Well, like you said, the role was for interpersonal stuff, so no,
Mm-hmm.
they wouldn't pick up anything.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Uh-huh. Excellent. So it takes a while for Sue to finish. Can I just know how you both sleep? Are you sound sleepers? I need to write this down, actually. Question for everybody. I'm asking everybody if you're all sound sleepers. This is clear information I'm going to need to know for the future.
Well, I mean, I try to be, but lately I've been having. Oh, you mean the Harlock? Yeah. I would say yes, but in the way that's like a trained sleep, going almost into just like a stasis of nothingness. I think is more of how she tends to do it.
Like a meditative sleep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. A nice stasis sleep. Quint, are you a sound sleeper?
So I think Quint is one of those people who can fall asleep anywhere very quickly, but is not a sound sleeper. Sleeps lightly. Able to fall asleep fast, weird positions, sitting up, whatever, but easily woken.
Mm-hmm. Severance.
Which probably means it's a series of consecutive naps rather than one long sleep.
Yeah. Is Severance a sound sleeper?
I remember there was something about his sleeping. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was either he doesn't sleep well, or it was either he has nightmares or he doesn't dream, and I don't remember which one it was.
I believe you don't dream.
I believe he doesn't dream. That's what I thought it was.
But then he started getting dreams, and they're always.
Then he started getting dreams.
It's always.
That's what I thought it was too. I think he doesn't dream, but he tosses and turns like he's having night terrors.
Mm-hmm.
So he never remembers.
And I believe there's a whole question of like, are they actually your dreams or are they someone else's dreams?
Right. It's always that, but that's just
just a random question.
Just a one-off.
Yeah.
Side note.
Yeah. Val, is Val a sound sleeper?
Val may very well dream. We know because of roleplay that he does in fact dream, but Val doesn't remember any of his dreams. He might have a feeling that something had happened in a dream. We had one experience or one moment of that in prior episodes, but he can't recall anything from his dreams. And if one were to observe him sleeping, regardless of where he's actually sleeping, whether it's the ground or a bed or whatever, he sleeps with his hands kind of folded across his stomach and his legs crisscrossed at the ankle, with just his head on a pillow, much like if someone, I don't know, were sleeping beside a campfire and just pulled a hat down. And that's how he sleeps, and he does not move until he wakes up. At all. But he doesn't know that.
He doesn't know. He's asleep. What about Terrica? Are they a sound sleeper? I'm just taking my notes.
They used to be. They, for the last week or so, changed since they found out that about Sue. They haven't been sleeping at night. Well, not really sleeping. Somehow they're ending up in Val's dreams. But I imagine it's not real sleep because the entire time they're trying to stay awake to keep sending all of this goodwill and trying to really just protect Val. So they used to be a good sleeper. I would say they aren't now. I think when they nap, which is the only time that they are sleeping right now, truly sleeping, then their sleep is trying to like think of the way to describe it. Like, you know, when you wake up from a nap and you haven't moved at all, so like, you know, your arm is completely dead, that happens to them like all the time now, and that never used to happen. They used to like sleep and dream and it was fine, and they were like a really good sleeper and it was everything, but that they haven't had that kind of sleep in over a week at this point.
Can I get a roll?
What kind of roll?
Could I get endurance and recon, if you don't mind?
Both of us, or?
No, because you're going to sleep. But this one, they say they want to stay up. So I just want to know how well they can.
We're
No,
trying.
because they might be falling. Oh, no.
God.
So
Let's throw some luck at that. Can I throw 3 luck at that?
you would need, you would actually need to be spending some luck on that one. You would, so if you spend 3, then it is a marginal success. If you want an average success, you need to spend 4.
Let's do an average success.
Okay. Spend 4 luck. So you have less for later. It is
Good thing I'm a lucky person.
nighttime. Everybody's asleep. Well, presumably. Everyone has done their things as the sun set and got themselves ready. And presumably everyone is asleep. But Terrica, they have said that they specifically want to stay awake to watch over Val. And Val doesn't move at all.
I believe that we were also supposed to, like, I think
You
Val
were
was supposed to hook himself up to stuff, right?
Yes. Yes.
Now, was that was vice versa too? We were both supposed to get hooked up to run tests, right? Over the night.
I thought you were running other tests, but I'm fine with that. Like, Terrica wouldn't say no to being
Yeah,
hooked
I
up to
don't think
whatever. They wouldn't care.
Right. I don't think he would need anything like from your sleep. So yeah, it would just be, you know, drawn blood and all that stuff again. But yeah, so he's hooked up. He's got a couple, you know, just like wireless kind of, you know, pickups all over him.
And do you have medicine, Terrica? Do you have medic?
Medicine? They don't have any right now. But they do want to find a specific kind of medicine.
Interesting. I'm going to ask you, while you're staying up, because you are able to stay up because you just brute forced that one, do you do anything other than observing Val? Do you take your attention off of Val at any time? Do other things and not watch Val?
They do, actually.
Interesting.
They do. They go to search for those side drugs that they think might be tucked somewhere in Val's room.
So I just want to, for the record, you are going to spend some time with your eyes not on Val and not spending time exuding positive psionic energy into the brooch towards Val. I just want to, for the record.
Yeah, I think it would be
that.
It would be one of those things where, like, they get up and they start searching, but they're still holding on to the brooch with one hand. And so they're kind of trying to multitask, but they're also recognizing, like, tonight is the night where Sue is in a level 5 diagnostic. And this is, like, the only time that they might have to search for these. And maybe Val would give them to them later, but there's no confirmed on that. And Val was pretty against it before. And this might be the only way that they can actually save Val. And also, man, everyone just seems so distant right now. You know, there's like, all they want to do is just be held or have someone to hold or be connected to somebody. But now everyone just seems so far away. And the last time everyone felt really close was when they had those drugs. So maybe if they're just closer, then they can help protect Val better too.
Yeah, absolutely. Could I get you to roll an intellect recon? Pardon me, intellect investigate.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shoot, I forgot how to add things to my skill set. Let me see if I can figure it out. There we go.
There's a
Investigate,
little
you
cross
said?
up there. Yep. Mm-hmm. Sorry, that was a bit of an evil laugh.
You said intellect,
Sorry.
investigate, yeah?
That is correct.
Okay. Do I get any boons for this?
For some reason, at this moment, yes, you do. You do get to roll with a boon. And I'm going to say again, that's pretty weird. And I will just note that
That's
Terrica
weird.
feels just a little more powerful. Disconnected to your crew, but there's something.
Okay, that's bad.
0. Cool.
How is that possible? Oh, because I got all ones. I literally ruled Snake Eyes. 3.
Well,
Dang.
you know what that means. You know what that means. I know what that means. That is an exceptional failure.
Uh-oh.
So, you are searching Val's orders to see where Val hid these drugs, probably somewhere in this room. And as you're searching, I am so sorry. I don't mean to do this, and I wouldn't make you worried, but I do need to find this. Where is it? Is this the
I'm
one?
already worried. This is bad.
Yes. Awesome. As you are searching in Val's room, being careful to be quiet, to see where these psionic drugs might be hidden. You're looking to see where they might be. Behind Terrica, Sue apparates. Terrica does not see Sue in this moment, because Sue has finished his diagnostic. Or hasn't, it's unclear. And behind Terrica, as Terrica is searching, Sue stands watching, and the medical equipment, no sounds emerge from them. But if you understood what was on those sensors, you would notice some unusual activity. Greg, Val is currently inside of Sue, the hologram. You may take over Sue at this moment. You wake up, but you may already still be dreaming. And when you look at yourself, you are Sue, or you're inside of Sue, or you're controlling Sue in the way that Sue controls the suit. You notice your body still on its bed. You have a vague memory at this very moment, as if you're remembering dreams where in your dreams you were Sue. But these were just fleeting dreams you could not remember until this very moment when you are somehow also Sue and yourself. It takes you just a few moments to realize that you're looking through Sue's hologram. But you are, and you see Terrica searching through your room.
Where is it? It's gotta be in here somewhere.
Well, hey there, Terrica.
and behind you is Sue.
Sue,
And Val is asleep.
I thought you were running a level 5 diagnostic.
I did. I'm done now. All good if you're worried. What you
I
looking
am.
for?
None of your business.
This
Can
is
you-
my med bay. Everything in here is my business.
This is Val's medbay.
Same difference.
You aren't Val, Sue. You're a friend, a computer friend. What do you want with Val?
Well, we're a team.
A team? You're a
Remember
computer
what that
friend.
is?
Yes, I know what a team is.
I thought you'd forgotten.
What? Where is that coming from? So you think you're a team with Val? What do you want from him?
I know.
Then why are you following him around in his dreams?
Isn't that what friends do? Watch over each other? Or do friends rummage through other friends' things?
Was looking for something to help him. Not that I need to justify myself to you.
In here you do. You see, I don't think you have his best interests at heart.
I don't think you have his best interest at heart.
Then one of us is wrong.
I'm going to put my money on the living, thinking organism rather than the rogue computer friend. What?
You said you were going to put your money on the living, thinking organism. I said me too.
You are not a living, thinking organism. You are a set of code that runs, that is designed to help. That's what you are. Are you telling me right now that you're more?
I'll tell you what I am, and that's a straight shooter. Like
Are you going to shoot me,
present
Sue?
company. Nah, you just shot yourself in the foot. I don't even have to aim, Terrica. What do you think Val's gonna say when I tell him about this?
I'll tell him myself. And he could say whatever he wants straight to my face, like we always have.
What are you gonna tell him then? The truth? Or a flavored version? What are you worried about, Terrica?
You. I'm worried that you're
Why?
going to destroy him. You're going to take any shred of the human that he is, that kind and loving person that he has, that he is, and you're gonna destroy him. He's already smoking because of you.
think it's very, very funny, Terrica. You understand all of those things you want to protect him from that I'm doing? You've already done far worse to him on this trip. You
How
left him
can...
alone.
When?
Every single day.
That's utter bullshit. I've been here every single night.
Say it again.
That's
Say
bullshit.
it's bull. Now believe it. Don't come in
You're
here
not.
all high and mighty like I'm the problem. We both know who's really hurting him and who's really protecting him.
You think you're protecting him. You think you're taking care of him.
I don't think, Terrica. I know.
Well, so do I.
Say it again.
I know I'm protecting him, and I will always be here to protect him. I will do anything to take care of him.
I don't believe you, and you don't believe yourself.
You don't have to believe me.
No,
I don't need your belief.
You don't have it.
Great.
It was you, wasn't it? That interference outside. I don't go away that easy, Terrica.
Do a level 5 diagnostic, Sue.
Already did one.
Do it again.
You're not my admin. Hell, Terrica, you're not anything. Not anymore.
Good.
Keep telling yourself that.
Stay out of his dreams, Sue. Let him sleep in peace.
Doesn't he look like he's sleeping?
Sure, he looks like he's looked every night.
Then you know I'm taking care of him.
I've been right there. You're not taking care of him. You're twisting him.
I'm giving him somebody to trust, Terrica, which is more than I can say for you.
He can trust me.
Keep telling yourself that.
I will end you, Sue.
Not before you end yourself. At least as far as Val's concerned.
Well, I'm not leaving this room, so now you're just going to have to deal with me in here.
See, that's the thing, Terrica. I ain't done anything wrong.
Great.
My soul is clear.
You don't have a soul.
Keep telling yourself that.
I'm not having a fight with a robot right now.
Not yet.
Say that again.
Not yet. You're not.
Great. I look forward to it.
Keep telling yourself that.
Okay.
ask you both this. How long does Sue stay visible in holographic form, and how long does Terrica stay awake?
Terrica would try to stay up all night. They're trying to stay up all night again.
If Terrica would close their eyes for a second after you reopen them is when Sue's visible, and then Sue will disappear again.
Like in a blink of an eye.
Maybe each time you blink, maybe a half step closer to you.
Terrica would like put their back against the wall. They wouldn't pull their rapier, but they would keep an eye on the suit in the corner. I think they left their jammer in their room, so oh well.
Late at night, this standoff is happening in this room. Any side drugs are not found at this moment, because it seems as if there's a watchdog, one whose identity is a little bit unclear, at least to the audience. I presume everyone else sleeps well. The morning of 54. Bright and early. Oh, I want to know who wakes up first. I have some thoughts about that, but I'm curious who wakes first, generally speaking.
I think the Harlock usually wakes up pretty early, but would avoid being around.
Do you stay in your room or do you wander about?
I believe that she would wake up particularly early, wander about to find a place to go where not a lot of people would be nor congregate once they start getting up. If they were at a place where she could actually leave the ship and wander around, might do that.
You could,
I feel
actually.
like to the crew this would look like every morning she's just appearing from different weird spots.
Well, if you want to leave, you're going to have to go down the elevator, down out the hold. How early, by the way?
She keeps herself to a pretty strict regimen of like 4 hours of sleep, the equivalent which of what would be like midnight to 4 a.m.
As you are heading out, and you sort of come down the elevator, and let me see. I will make sure. Let me make sure. Oh, good. All of our lovely players are on our ship map, so I can zoom out so you can see it. When you, dearest viewers, you too now may see the ship as well. I am correct. Yes, and so right over here, we have an elevator that will take you down below the decks. And if you come down to the main floor, you will come out. And when you arrive down here, right, where our ship is, you make your way out and you can hear someone rustling about down there. You want to make your way out of the hold, but before you can, you do hear the sounds of some clanking, some movement.
And I would assume that this is not the clanking movement of grebes rustling in a...
That is correct. I mean, they're also rustling about, but it's not their feeding time yet.
I think because we do still have. Yeah, I think the first thing she would be so kind as to call out, "Who's there?"
You hear something drop, something metal clanking on metal, like
Oh, she's gonna go right, like toward the sound.
you sort of turn and you see Wesley, who has dropped a wrench, who's looking freaked out. It's like, oh, sorry, you
Wesley,
you
what are
scared
you
me.
doing?
Well, the we got unrefined fuel, and I had to make sure that the fuel refining was working. So I want to make sure that we're flat. I hear we have refined fuel rather than unrefined fuel, and so I was just
Wesley, why aren't you
down here.
asleep?
Well, I just wanted to fix the ship. That's all.
You can fix the ship when it's morning. What are you doing? You're never awake this early.
No, but I did the calculations and I figured the fuel would be done right about now, and I wanted to be up and make sure. So, how are you doing, Captain?
Wesley, go to sleep.
Okay. Are you we're going to Cease next, right? I mean, that's where we're going. Everything.
That's what I'm to believe.
Are you busy when we get there?
Well, I suppose that all depends on what trouble finds us between the points of now and then.
I mean, Val's
Wesley,
really
what's
busy
on your
doing
mind?
nothing. I just was wondering if you would I'm gonna need some help over there in Assis, and I needed somebody to accompany me, and I was trying to figure out who I'd ask, and I was
Yes, of
thinking about
course, I'll go with you. Just let me know when you'll be leaving.
Oh.
I'll need probably about 10 minutes beforehand, but if you send me a message on the comms, I can be ready. And I think
Oh.
at that she'd start going back to wherever she was going.
Oh, okay.
Probably
And
in
as
this
you're like,
instance, probably.
yeah, it's like you're like heading out of the ship. He's like, okay, because I just
Go
okay.
to sleep. It's early. You shouldn't be awake at this point. You went to sleep
Okay.
too late for this.
Okay, thank you, because it's not easy to ask people, cause, and you don't need to tell anybody. It's not trouble.
Just would hear a voice back.
Yeah.
I don't tell anyone anything.
And you can hear him pick up the wrench and go back to a little bit of work as you head out onto this planet that you actually haven't been out to yet. And when you walk out there, it's
You kidding
it's
me? The Harlock's been
windswept.
all over this planet.
Oh well, you
Yeah,
know.
but Quince hasn't. So
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
Mm-hmm. And when you walk out there so early, it's very windswept, and you're on this like this is a spaceport where a lot of the landing pads are actually just pads outside, not within a structure. There are some internal pads as well if you need basically repairs or something really sort of intense. But as you walk out there this early morning, you see searchlights on these sort of watchtowers that sort of make their way across the pads. They're clearly sort of guards, security on little watchtowers, and you can see that they've got these sort of big floodlights, right? These sort of directed floodlights that they use to sweep over the outsides of this landing pad. I will note, however, they don't really sweep over your area at all. You can see the lights and you can see them sort of aiming on the other side of the large structure, which is where the town is. So it looks like they're sort of hitting, and they do sweep by your area only to hit towards where the funicular is, just to make sure, I suppose, that nobody's I don't know, sneaking into or out of that sort of gondola that goes down below. But they seem to be mostly watching the areas where the people who live here, uh, well, the area in between where the city is and where the spaceport is, so that if people were going to go from the spaceport to the village or city, or from the city to the spaceport, they would probably be caught in these floodlights, these searchlights. Not that it's illegal. I mean, I'm sure it's not illegal to move around, but again, it's also late at night, so why would
If you're up to
anybody?
no good, maybe you not want to with the lights
Yeah.
out.
But you are not being observed, and none of the landing pads where the people from off the planet are told to land uh, are observed. And you notice, of course, that all of your landing pads are surrounded by gray paint. And there's like some landing pads with red paint, with blue paint, and with yellow paint. Um, and not many, not many landing pads with those, but those tend to have a bit more security around them, a bit more observation around them. But all the places where you are, and like 3 other lone ships. This is, by the way, this is a massive landing pad. Could probably hold a couple hundred ships. Like hundreds of ships could land here, but they're like 4. But those places are not really being observed at all. You can tell that there is security out there, probably to keep you safe, but they're not really paying much attention. They're mostly around where the big structure is, where the hotels are, and where the entertainment is, and where all the shops are, and the trading and all of that. Sort of the big sort of spaceport internal structure. That's where sort of guards are, and they can look out here and see you if they pay attention, but they don't really seem to care much about what you all are doing out here.
Which I think Harlock would be just as happy. uh, not being watched is ideal for our
Yeah.
types of activities.
Hmm. Hmm. What I will say is security is very tight here, but security doesn't really care so much about you all.
Well, it's not tight here, it's tight
Right.
over there.
Yeah, that's the best way to put it, right? That yeah. Yeah.
What so the over here in the gray plane, what other ships do we have?
You have at this point you have 3 small trading ships, right? You have 3 like far traders that have most likely landed to get refueled, drop much like you all, legitimate traders most likely, uh, although their holds are bigger than yours, who landed, docked, uh, locked up their ships, are doing their trading, will probably get their fuel and make their way. It's sort of like what you would get in any sort of starport, except that um, it's not a particularly busy. It's sort of weird because actually there's quite a lot that needs to sort of be taken off of this planet or come to this planet, because you can probably guess they're not great with agriculture here. I mean, they've got some stuff,
Mm.
right? But I mean, they probably need a lot of things from outside. So there's a lot of freight. There's like lots and lots of freight that are like to be carried off the planet or sort of brought on the planet. But uh, the really big ships that could take that in big bulk just can't land here. So there's lots of freight, and these ships are like, you can see like one of them has got freight being brought in and brought out. Uh, so there's like, that's light trade. It's still 4 in the morning, but business still happens. But it's a kind of a sleepy little place for the most part.
I think it's too early to mess with any of the other ships or find out anything. And since we've been here for a little bit, I assume a lot of the other crew has done amount of that. One thing she would do, which anytime landing on a planet, it's, in a way one might consider it like a little bit of a beacon, um, a little mind beacon, if you will, where it would be on a psionic frequency that would only be picked up by anybody who would be here to tell her something or to share information or something like that. But just like instead of reaching out so much, it's more of just like just a little bit of a pinging, just so that if anyone else were reaching out in the right, very specific kind of way, they'd know that she's there.
Can I get your telepathy, please?
Why, yes.
If you would.
Won't I ever? Okie dokie.
Ooh, that's very
Why,
good.
that's a 15.
So I'm going to have to give you more than one answer for that exceptional success. 1, no pings come back. If there's like an agent waiting for you here, there isn't one. You don't sort of notice any sort of like, sometimes it's like you can notice a ping off of like one of the news terminals, right? Or like this, not really the news terminal, like the what'd you call it? Classified ads, right? Where people are like looking for like, desperately seeking Susan, that sort of a thing. They've got those like message boards, right? They have these message boards. And usually if you put a ping out and there's like you can like leave kind of like a secret psionic message, right? In these message on the message boards. And there's nothing there. But you did get an extraordinary success, I'm afraid, for you.
Oh,
Can I get another roll?
Yes.
Well, I'll hold off on that set yet. You can think about that in a moment, but I'll tell you what you notice. When you open yourself up and send a ping out, you feel something. Something. It's hard to put your finger on it, but you are keenly aware at this moment of a psionic source or of a... You know how people have like psionic essence? You are keenly aware of a very bright psionic essence at the moment. Coming from your ship.
The ship? No! Okay.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But there's more to it than just that. Because it's a bit confusing. Do you remember, let me put it this way. Do you remember when you were just the other night on the stealth ship by yourself and everything was quiet? Do you remember that awesomeness?
I do. It was wonderful.
Yes. Sure. But you tend to want to avoid, right, all of those sorts of sounds of the kind of psionic sounds of crowds, right? At this moment, when you send out this ping and wait to hear, you hear you sense both this very strong psionic essence coming from inside the ship, but also it almost overwhelms you. The sound of thousands of people. It's like somebody just turned up the volume on thousands of people just whispering and speaking. And it seems to be old Sindalian, perhaps, right? Like you get that sort of flavor of it. And they're all whispering something. Not exactly in unison, but the whispering they're giving you, it's like the whispers are in dreams, perhaps. Like it's like you're overhearing people talk at a cafe or in their dreams or speaking to other people, and it's a lot and it's loud and it's almost like your ears are not bleeding, but you can imagine they are because they're too much, and it feels to you as if all of these whispers and sounds saying the same thing over and over again are all happening somehow from this planet, the Dragon's Dome, one of the places that's close. It just seems just below the surface of the water, deep below the surface of the water. You can hear it, but you can also hear it coming from... It's like the really intense psionic essence that you're feeling from inside the ship is a loudspeaker. And out of that loudspeaker is blasting all of these words from all the 20 million people down below. And probably not all 20 million of them, but, you know, thousands and thousands of them. And what you're hearing blasting from the ship. And I will say, again, this is very weird because it's not just coming from the ship, it's going into the ship at the same time. But like it's a sort of like reflection, like with a mirror, like when light hits it, it reflects back out, right? And what you hear over and over again, like in echoes and in multiple like voices just becoming confusing, you just hear Terrica, Terrica, Elaine, Lee, Rabenhausen the first, Terrica, Lee, Rabenhausen, Elaine, Terrica, Elaine, Rabenhausen. They're here, they're here, they're here. Do you remember? Do you remember them? Yes, I remember. They're here. Oh, Rabenhausen, the family, Rabenhausen, Terrica, Elaine, Raben. And it's just all of this. It's loud, it's painful, it's overwhelming, and it is all going to and from the ship.
So when it first starts happening, I think normally if she is prepared for something like that,
Yeah.
she'd be able to mask it pretty well. But at that point, I think it would be so sudden and jarring that she'd actually like kind of go down to her hands and knees, just and there's no one else around either. So then kind of sit back up and be doing the hands on the temples kind of stuff. But then as she's starting to understand and pick out what some of the phrases and words are, and as she's able to kind of switch it into the further into the white noise compartment, but starting to pick it up, starting to hear what it is that she's hearing. She'd real fast get to her feet and just utter, damn it, and turn around and just like book it back to the ship. She is going to get to Terrica pronto, even if it is about 4 or so in the morning.
So you book it back into the ship, and you can hear Wesley still working as you sort of make your way to the elevator. Just a little bit. You might also notice the hold has got a whole bunch of, like, not a whole bunch, but like some supplies there are new crates in the hold that have been delivered. And it looks like Wesley's trying to repair parts of the ship a little bit with some of these things that are arrived. Just like you notice that as his voices are still in your background. And
We'll file that away for later.
And as you hit the elevator and make your way up, I need to ask 2 questions. It is my guess that Quint wakes up pretty early. Quint seems like that type of person.
Yeah, how'd you know? How'd you figure that?
Because I'm just saying.
Early morning
you know the
spies.
Hey!
Early morning spies. And I want to know
That's
whether or
on
not
your
what
sitcom.
time Severance wakes up, because I know what the other 2 people are doing. But I want to know what time Severance wakes up.
Severance is usually a early riser as well.
Oh, to early birds.
Yeah, it's also hard because it's like, what is time when you're in space? What is night?
This is true. Yeah.
So he does probably cat naps throughout the day. So he's likely up.
Yeah. So let us say that at this moment, it's like 4-ish in the morning, a little after 4. In the eating room, the sort of space where you dine and have your guests,
Right.
Marcel is asleep because, unlike you all, He does not like to wake up at 4-ish in the morning.
Doesn't surprise me.
Weird.
But on the table,
Hey, Marcella has very important latex work to attend to.
yes,
That's
You need to
true.
be well rested for that.
This is true.
at the table is already laid out breakfast for Severance and also Quint. Evan had
Hey.
sort of placed breakfast on the table, knowing because he knows when you all tend to want breakfast,
What a
and he's
guy.
got the 2 breakfasts ready already.
A good
Question is,
boy.
do we have
Such a good
Tabasco
boy.
sauce again?
He has gotten some Tabasco sauce, so that he's gotten a new crate of Tabasco sauce.
Nice.
Now, before the Holic makes her way up, I do want to know, you are both at the breakfast table, way too early for someone like me. But
And me.
And me IRL. Yes.
what are you two doing together? As right, there's like this bottle of Tabasco sauce. Both of your breakfasts are out, and you're both there at the same time.
Good morning.
Uh-huh.
I just realized that this is the perfect mug to have today. I didn't even plan it. Yep, so fitting. Good morning. Tall glass of water. Because you have to drink like half the glass of water first before you start eating, so that you wake up the digestion. Yeah. And then Quinn would just probably start with the Tabasco sauce, just, and then
Is that you want all of that hot sauce?
there's some left.
No, thank
We
you.
were out for a few days. It was very sad. Do you
You-
not like Tabasco?
No.
Oh.
No, it's just I mean, like 1 dash or 2, but you just loaded it on there. His food isn't that bad.
No, the food is good. I really like the kick that it gives.
So, how is being captain?
I don't like it.
Me neither.
Isn't that why you're admiral then?
No, you being captain.
Oh,
Right.
well, it's a good thing this is a very temporary measure then.
Mm-hmm. So tell me about you.
What about me specifically?
I've noticed that you are very good at, it's quite a talent, seeing and listening to your switching of dialect at a credit swipe.
Ah, well, that would be because I was a member of Soulsec,
Mm-hmm. Yes.
which is like, you do not know, Solomani secret police type thing. So
Not anymore.
No, not I am no longer a member. I faked my death. That is something
many
that I
times?
did. There's like a look of like, oh god, I sure did that, didn't I? Just takes another bite of egg.
Just the once?
Yes, I've not had to fake my death otherwise. I had very legitimate work up until really the last gig. So I guess brief overview, grew up an orphan. Joined the Navy once I was old enough, because it was not living on the streets. Did that for a few years. Did my basically
What's so
a
bad
term
about that?
living on the street.
Yes.
Know, not inherently terrible of itself. I just wondered what safety felt like. Safety, security, that kind of thing. Didn't really get that in the Navy either, but it went for it, tried. After that, I joined Soulsec formally. I'd been in touch with them for a few years, and I got into the Cirque du Soleimani, which is a very prestigious artistic institution.
Yes, we spoke of this. Yes, the circus. You were in the
Yes.
Soulsec before the circus.
Yes, I was reporting to Solsec a little bit on the side while I was on the streets and in the Navy, and once I finished my term, I didn't really know what to do with myself, so wanted to give Cirque du Soleimani a try, but it is very difficult to it's a very prestigious institution. So I went with Solsec, as they are known for having a lot of connections, and they were able to get me into the tryouts. Granted, only one in every 100 get to make it in, so I was very lucky, very fortunate to have made it in past the training. I advanced very quickly, and that was my work, not Solsec. And then out of the blue,
You truly believe that?
I do.
That it was luck?
Well, the initial part was luck and Solsec. Everything after that was hard work. And then I
So
was
anyone off the street could join Solsec?
yes. As well, as long as you're Soleimani.
What do you feel about Soleimani?
Well, at this point in my life, I like Soleimani more than I like Solsec.
What about Drinax?
I don't really know much about Drinax, honestly. I'd heard of it, rumors, while I was, after I'd been pulled out of this circus, as you call it, and was forced to become a spy in the Imperial Navy as a surveyor. I'd heard, when doing surveying work, I'd heard rumor that Drinax was destroyed a very long time ago. And then I ran into you all. That's about the gist of it.
Right. The gist.
The gist, the general. That's basically what I know.
No, yes, I know what gist means.
Oh, good. I wasn't certain the way you phrased it.
Just uncertain of what. Oh, God. Oh, this coffee makes me gassy. I wasn't quite sure what the if the gist of what you meant. The way you phrased it made it seem like there was more important things that you were
not
hiding.
Really.
Or
Yeah, I mean, I gave you
yourself.
all the surveying records I did while I was working in the Imperials. They should be very helpful if we go to those planets, asteroids, etc. I don't really know much about Drinax other than what I have heard from you all.
And which is?
That apparently it's not dead. That you're trying
Certainly
to do
must be
stuff
more
for.
You've heard from us. You are a surveyor and quite the person who can take a lot of information through talking.
That was my job. Listen and learn.
So what else do you know?
You are trying to rebuild Drinax via connections of the other independent, non-affiliated with the Aslan or Imperial States to make a navy.
So far, so good.
And
More coffee?
you know, why not? I could do some coffee this morning.
All right.
Thank you. That you are an admiral, that Harlock is Zodani, but still helping Drinax. Maybe Drinax recruited the Zodani, or Harlock is a lot like me. I do not know. Terrica is some kind of totally not nobility of Drinax.
They are
maybe?
nobility. They are definitely nobility.
They are. Oh, they're Drinaxian nobility, which would mean somewhat Sandalian nobility. So. No? Okay.
I don't quite understand it.
That Wesley is very shy. That's. I don't know enough about Corinne. I have not really observed Corinne much. Spoken to Corinne.
Corinne enjoys her knife.
I cannot blame her. I enjoy mine.
That's it, really. There's probably a lot more, but she's very hidden.
Well, maybe I'll have to whip out my knife and we can compare knives. Maybe she would like that.
Maybe.
What about yourself, Admiral? What brings? Are you Drinaxian nobility as well?
Yes.
And again, you are not related to the millennial old evil space conquering warlord that I was warned about at some point. Just to reassure myself.
No.
Can
We are
I
not
make
family.
can I make an insight check on that? That was a long pause.
Yes, you can.
I'd love to.
Yeah, that'll be intellect and deceive.
Deception.
Intellect deception.
Yeah,
And
that's all.
Would you also like me to deceive?
yes. If you're lying,
Well, I
that'll
don't think
be,
I'm not family. But with clone relation?
I mean,
Well,
Literally blood related. But in what
I
context?
didn't ask relation. I asked if you
are
were.
you are also driving around his body right now. Just
You kind of are, but it's okay.
Oh,
Quinn
right,
doesn't
right,
know.
yeah, it's
Did forget about that.
what I would say
I'm
is
just gonna roll
please make your
deception. I'm just gonna roll
please roll your
deception. We'll
deception
see.
roll.
I'm gonna do social deception.
Deception,
Well, that's if you're
intellect.
being deceptive. You might not be being deceptive, you know.
Let's see.
Well,
That's a
then what would I roll otherwise?
well.
Oh,
We're gonna hold
good.
there for a
Never
moment
mind.
because we're currently at a
I
time.
like it. I like this anyway.
The question is whether or not you're being deceptive, and if you're being deceptive, if you're deceiving Quint or yourself, because
Right.
other
What does he
right,
truly believe?
right, other options here, depending on your approach, is carouse if you're trying to have like a pleasant good time, persuade if you're trying to convince them that you are not this old warlord, millennial old warlord. So persuade if you're being honest.
I think it would.
Deception if you're not.
I have a -2 on persuade. Where does that come from? Oh, I don't. That was just a
Okay.
smudge on the monitor.
Good.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna persuade.
Okay.
This is gonna be social persuade because I think he doesn't quite.
Ooh. Okay. Nice.
He doesn't quite believe that he is lying.
Yeah.
But also, I think from what you get from this, is because there was that contention of that 8, right? And which is
Yeah.
sort of annoying and hard to ignore.
Yeah.
Not annoying, but it is hard to ignore it. I think there's a moment or a pause where you have this. That was a long pause. And I think that maybe bullet time for you, if you let me, bullet time for you happens. And then you probably start to read through the subtle movements that he is more confused about how to answer. And
Okay.
then he finally
Interesting.
says, that he's not and believes it.
Okay. That is good enough for Quint for the time being. A little concerning. Gonna file that away, but yeah.
By the way, if you don't mind, I'm gonna just have to do this at the moment. It is that time.
What are you? Oh, please.
We turn up the doom clock a bit.
It's just that time when the elevator door
Does
opens
sound like doom.
and the Harlock emerges, kind of in a rush. If I recall, because the Harlock booked back.
Morning. I
neither
guess.
of you are Terrica.
Morning.
Correct.
That
And
is
then would
correct.
keep walking.
What's
Is
your
the hard luck
vibe?
normally like this?
The vibe. So the Harlock's vibe is probably not
Who are you wearing?
tremendously unlike it normally would be, but definitely seeming a little more hurried, which could be because there's an important conversation to be had. It could be because she needs to find the restroom. There's all sorts of reasons why.
She's usually pretty relaxed, so I feel like she'd have a slower, none of you are Terrica, and then walk out, but probably you came in and just like pivoted on your foot and left and said it as you were leaving, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
one of those
It would
things.
be much quicker than
Yeah.
she normally.
Oh, the Harlock's
No.
frozen.
Oh no.
No.
And then she
At least
left.
that's-
And then she left the room.
Is that normal, Admiral? Is that? Do I need to emulate that?
Oh, how delicious! How delicious!
Oh yeah, yeah. Just start taking. Just start taking
Chad, what
pics.
you don't know is that we took screenshots, or someone did, not me, screenshots of Greg when he froze last week, and there were very creative uses of Greg's face in many different ways, and it might be happening again.
Post it in the chat, Greg.
Oh,
You gotta post it in chat, Greg, or it doesn't count.
It's good, good. So,
gotta be a new emote to the channel.
so the Harlock is like
Super Greg.
you were saying Rocket.
Yeah, you were.
I don't even know if I want to anymore. Yeah, no. So normally the Harlock would be much slower paced, but this would have been a lot quicker. But there would have been roughly the same affect.
Right.
So very seemingly uninterested. Though by the speed, you could probably tell it's not true.
And by the way, Severance,
Yes.
you get a boon to suss what's up with the Harlock.
Suss
Because
up.
you took that picture.
Because I quickly grabbed the GIF. All right. So what am I making? I get a boon in sussing
If
this
you were
out.
going to roll to sort of like suss like what's up with the Harlock,
What's up?
What is that?
That would
That's
be,
that is a recon.
intellect,
Right? Intellect recon.
intellect
Streetwise.
recon, streetwise. These things will give you different things, right? You can roll
Yeah,
recon,
you're
which is to
right,
sort
you're
of
right.
notice things out of place. Streetwise, which is a different vibe.
Yeah.
Diplomacy, persuade, like all you can do different ones to sort of figure things out. I mean, if you wanted to find out, like, you could also do like firearms or melee, but that would give you again different information.
That's assuming I have any of those things trained.
Yes.
I will do intellect recon. That, my friends, is a 12. I think 13. That's 13.
Oh, good. Yeah. Are you the Harlock trying to be deceptive about your vibe?
No.
So I'm going
That
to
makes
ask
sense.
you, Rocket, to tell Severance, but not Quint, what Severance would get. Like, what kind of pretend for a moment that Severance and you are somehow psionically linked in some kind of deep way. Let's just pretend
Oh
that
my
for the
goodness.
moment.
Crazy talk.
Imagine that.
Yeah, just imagine that. And somebody who may not be aware of that link, but who does have that link with you, hypothetically, when you walk through in this moment, right, which is a kind of a, there's some stuff going on here. What vibe would they get off of you? As, by the way, the sounds of the crowd whispering is still there in the back of your head. Compartmentalized, but always still there.
Yeah, on mind you, on top of all of the other noises going on.
So you have ADHD. So,
You know, they haven't made Phil strong enough for that yet. But I think
This is
in
an
part
obvious.
two, it wouldn't even necessarily have to be the psionic link, because Severance and Harlock do go back
Yes,
a
they
decent,
do.
and they've probably known each other longer than Harlock's known any of these other people. So I
Mhm.
think just that Severance would be able to be like, A,
Something's not
something
right.
is wrong.
Yeah.
B, Harlock's in pain.
Right. Ooh.
I do also have to point out, though, Coldroy brings up that the Harlock was using the advanced kitten lap shielding.
Yes.
Shielding.
Right. Yep.
Although
it's
the
purring.
lapkins are gone now, though, so
It's the purr.
that-
Oh,
that's
that's
why
so you're
that
exposed.
got in there.
Yep. All right, and that's how I know she doesn't have kittens anymore. Something's wrong.
And the Harlock
they
is
started fighting on my
heading-
lap and they got ejected.
the Harlock is heading towards Terrica's room, Val's room, or Quint's room.
I think
I
what
would like to
happened.
ask the Harlock.
Sorry.
Firstly, I think Harlock knows tries to keep tabs on where everyone is most of the time, and would know that Terrica has been spending a lot of time in Val's room, so that's the first place that Harlock would be headed.
So, my dear breakfasters, by the way, Evan comes out with
Breakfast
Harlock's
Club, please.
breakfast.
Oh,
The Breakfast
yes.
Club comes out with, like, is emerging from the galley, right, with the
my
Harlock's breakfast, thinking it's about time when the Harlock might want breakfast, as the Harlock sort of just very directly, with a sense of purpose, sort of moves towards Val's room. And you two see that, as does Evan. Karina's asleep. Karina does not need to wake up at this point in time. Karina's like, what is ever wrong with you people? And dear Captain, you arrive at this door, and I don't know what the other two are doing. I don't know if you follow or you just sit and watch. What do you do?
I think
When
I
this
look
happens,
Is that normal? Do we follow?
yeah, I don't think there's a sound, or maybe there is, but I don't think there is a reaction or a word in response. That sort of happens. The Harlock comes in, spins, and leaves, and says, "None of you are Terrica," and leaves. And I think there's a moment. There's more of a pause, a furrowed brow, and then the coffee is left as Severance gets up and grabs his tablet from the table and then just starts to follow in the wake. I think maybe kicking out a foot, or maybe even holding an arm out with his tablet in his hand, an arm out to sort of stop the automatic door from closing, much like probably a subway door in New York City, where it does have force but not enough to actually hurt you, as it goes and then opens up again as he sort of follows in Harlock's wake with a slight sense of concern.
Quint?
Shove the rest of the food in my mouth real fast. And then I follow.
The door. The Harlock, you're there first. The door to Val's quarters.
Harlock would knock on the door, but it's that knock, you know the difference between like a "hello, is anyone home?" and "police open up"? It's a police knock.
Val and Terrica, there is a police knock at the door. It is 4-ish something in the morning. That very intense conversation between you two has passed. But it did not sound to me as if Sue has let go necessarily. That Sue is still awake. There's a police knock at the door.
I think, because would Val still be asleep?
Yes.
As soon as there was like loud noise like that, though, because of the way that, being in an emergency room doctor and things like that, he would kind of just immediately pop up, still asleep, but like focusing, like for a moment, like, okay, where am I? What's going on? Okay. And then, a beat, and then he'd be, what's up? What's going on? What's going on?
I must make a notice. I have to make in a very important point right before we go to break. The minute Val wakes up, Sue disappears.
Because this whole time, Terrica's thought that was only Sue, right? Like there was no indication it was Val. That's the way I understood it. Okay.
That is correct.
So Terrica's eyes jump from where Sue was to where Val is to the door, and they're like, "It's okay, I'll get it." They, however, are on the other side of the room. Like they have their back against the wall so they can see Val. So they're not sleeping in the bunk where they had been when Val went to sleep. They're on the other side of the room. And
I'll be lighting a cigarette. And why are you over there as you're moving across?
Terrica would say, "I'll explain later." And then they'll be like, "Do you care if I," and they'd have their hand on like the door opener.
No, good, please.
And they'd click it open.
And as the door opens, slides open our doors, and on one side is the Harlock with Severance and Quint coming up on the rear, and on the other side is Val and Terrica. And Sue, who had been there, leaves, is gone. is not present. And in this moment, as each side is looking at each other through these doors, we're going to go to break. It is our break time. It is our break time, everyone. And in the galley, Evan's like, did the Harlock want breakfast? Oh. And
Yes.
Would you like my food?
we're going to be right back. And when we come back, I imagine it'll just be breakfast, and that'll be great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Breakfast
to talk
club.
Nothing's happened.
Nothing weird.
Yeah, weird. We'll be back in 10, everybody. Yeah, enjoy. And we are back, everyone. I just hope you all had a nice stretch. And I actually forgot to get popcorn. I was like, I really need popcorn for this situation. And I am...
Womp womp.
That's bad that I forgot to get popcorn. I was wrong. I realize I need that so bad
guess-
now. Oh, well.
Supper, I guess.
I guess. So, we're back.
Got potato chips. You want
When
some
we
potato
left,
chips?
like, my whole job is to just get my players all in the same room, and I have done that. And in this moment,
Well, he took us
the
all
doors
season.
have opened. You are all in this moment together, and let's just go with maybe... Do I like Constance or Dangerous? No, I think I like Dangerous. There we go. Yeah.
Oh god.
No, I think I want Constance. I think that's gonna be more creepy.
I
No,
think
no.
you do too.
Yeah, I want Constance. Yeah, there we go. All right, so, yes, hello, VTM. The Harlock, the door has opened, and you see Val over where he normally sleeps, looking quite tired, by the way, and also Terrica at the door, also looking quite tired. They both look quite tired. Like they haven't really slept a lot.
The Harlock? Severed?
Terrica.
What are you?
What
Yes.
happened on the planet?
What?
We've been
nothing.
here 2 days. What happened? I need to know everything that happened.
At 4:13 in the morning.
You're lucky it's not 13 till 4. What happened down there?
We went down and they tried to
Who did
take
you
my
speak to?
wrist computer. Jeweler and the Daffro who got us the silks to fix the gambler.
Did you tell
well,
anyone your name?
What?
Your name. Did you tell anyone your name?
We use your
One
name
person.
everywhere.
Why?
Like the forms and everything too. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like I don't think we held it back. We were just like, yeah, just Terrica.
Sure, but this likely wouldn't have been from Forbes. But
yeah.
who did you?
It was on
One person.
forums,
Who,
and it
who
was.
did you tell? Who did you tell?
What? Well, whoever I met, the jeweler, I guess.
Did they
she
recognize
was-
you?
Where is all of this coming from?
You would notice that Harlock takes that as an answer.
What is going on?
Harlock would turn to Severance at this point, who I guess is right there. We have a
Alright.
problem.
And what's this?
And then turning back to Terrica. There's, as I'm sure everyone knows, there's some sort of, other than the drugs, there's some sort of psionic amplifier speaker. There's a psionic force on this ship, but That's not the problem right now. The problem right now is that everyone, Terrica, everyone down there knows who you are.
What?
Everyone. They're all saying your name. It's spreading. But they were speaking in
What about my name?
folklore. No, they didn't say anything about you. They were speaking in the way that one might speak of a legend of some sort or something like that. It spread far too quickly just to be a familiarity with you as, no offense, but who you are.
Folklore? Maybe they were talking about a different Terrica.
They're not. It only started recently. It's coming out of here, but they're murmuring it. The whole planet knows that you're here for some reason.
Why?
I don't know why. Apparently because you told someone who you are. Not that we've been obviously trying to hide who you are, but...
I didn't mean to. She recognized my accent.
Well, not saying that you meant to. I'm just saying that now it's become a problem.
Well, how do you know that it is a problem?
Well...
Oh, because they're talking about me. That is a problem. You want to know how fast my mother gets news? Fast. It's a problem.
Fast as everyone else.
Well, not even necessarily that. It's... They're speaking of them in a way that is... in the way that crowds, mobs of people speak of entities, of people who they expect things from, of people who don't have the capacities of normal people.
Just another...
Yes, you.
And you have nothing of my name.
I did not, but if I am overwhelmed with the cacophonous sounds of millions of voices at once, and they're all saying your name, you will be the first person that I alert.
Thank you.
Are they speaking in reverence or anger?
Right, that was my second question. Thank you, ma'am.
Reverence, surprise. It's inhuman though. It doesn't. It's the sort of thing that. And turns back, and at this point, as the crew might suspect, the Harlock is not a handsy person necessarily, but the Harlock would put both hands on Terrica's shoulders and like direct into the eyes. If you step foot back in any of these cities around any of those people, they will not let you leave. I can't guarantee what it is they'll want from you.
I'll stay on the ship.
It will be things that you cannot provide.
Let's leave then.
The Harlock, it was... You don't know what it is, but I will say this. It's like... You're going to need to give me a your psionicology roll.
Mm-hmm. Consider it
education.
Psionicologized.
Yeah, with education.
Exactly.
Let's see.
But I'm gonna give you each something.
Did we hear reverence yet? Do we know? Oh, wait, is that what we're learning right now?
I think that's what we're learning right now.
Okay.
Now, the Harlock did say reverence, which, by the way, was
Yes.
true. 9. Here's the thing about it. Reverence, yes. Also, I want to say disinterest, but that's not right. It's as if... Oh, by the way, everyone's going to notice something. You notice that... let me ask. Is the pendant the brooch, Terrica's brooch, is their brooch in their hand or on their person at the moment?
It would be in their hand because they would have been sitting there across the wall, eyes glued to Sue. doing
Yes.
the whole thing that they've been doing, hand on brooch, other hand on rapier.
I knew that. So, the Harlock, Terrica, they are holding their brooch in their hand. And they may not have noticed this at the moment, but the brooch is pulsating and slightly glowing. In the way that you have noticed that Viridian sometimes does when it's got that heartbeat sort of pulse to it. And the light, the green light is sort of pulsing in that way. And you get the sense, this is a very strange thing to say, that the brooch is listening and is hearing people speak its name. And that all these voices you're hearing, sometimes they're reverent, sometimes they're just remembering, oh yes, that's right. Terrica, Elaine Lee Rippenhausen the First. It's as if all the people at this moment who are thinking or speaking about this figure, their thoughts and their voices are being listened to by this brooch. So the voices could be reverent, sometimes they are, sometimes they're just remembrant.
Question.
Yes.
And I don't know if the Harlock would necessarily be able to tell this offhand, but are we talking Peter Pan fairy rules, as in the more it's acknowledged, the more the reverence there is, the stronger it's getting? Or like
Would you like to spend more luck on that roll? Because 9 would not.
Would I ever? I've never known anything I want to spend luck on more, except
If this
before I
is
die
true,
next
then
time.
all we need to do is clap, and Terrica can stab.
You're right. Just
Perfect. Yeah.
Perfect.
That will make them so happy if you could just clap for them.
I will spend. Ooh, how much would I need to spend? I've got.
How much would you like to spend?
Let's see. 3. She said, questioningly.
3's a very good number.
All right, that's what I'll do.
You have that theory in your mind, right?
Yes.
And you can still hear the voices, by the way. They are still tucked away, right? In the back of your mind. And you are thinking, okay, people have life essence. They have psionic essence. You can take drugs to boost that psionic essence, right? To sort of more. You can take drugs to suppress it. You can have fields to block it. You've long thought, this has been part of your theory for a while now, that Viridian itself is some sort of amplifier for psionic essence, right? That perhaps if you attune to it, then you can become stronger. And you've noticed that you yourself are a little bit stronger because you have this essence on you. And so that was kind of where you're at. But at this moment, with all of these voices, your theory is coming into focus. That perhaps this is not just an amplifier for your personal psionic essence, but that, because you thought of it as kind of maybe as a battery of some sort or something like this, but that when they think of you, that in many ways, like in the fairy tale rules, that the more that people think about you, perhaps it is able to sort of leech a little bit of this sort of psionic essence of those who are thinking of you, but specifically perhaps the one that this Viridian is attuned to. And you remember that this was her being Terrica the First. Terrica told you back on Marduk that there was an ancestor, right? This woman who sort of was the founder of their family. This Terrica, Elaine Lee Rippenhausen the First, she was this sort of great hero. Terrica they had mentioned her. And that this brooch it seems to you as if this brooch is in some way built or constructed or amplifying this. This is your best guess, right? that this is somehow something attuned to this noble family. And that when people remember or think of, because right now that's what's happening, people are, for some reason, probably because somebody was down there and said some names and got recognized, that people are thinking now about this great leader from the past. And this brooch is drinking in this energy that people are placing into it by thinking about this great hero. Which, if nobles from the past had these brooches of some sort, that makes nobles perhaps not necessarily intrinsically better than other people, but feeding off of their subjects in some kind of a way. That's your best guess about what's happening here with that. As you remember, you too have an ancestral piece of Viridian upon you.
Oh, yes. So the Harlock would actually, and would Terrica be holding it kind of thusly?
Yeah, they'd have it like close to them.
The Harlock would reach out and wouldn't take it, but like would grab Terrica's hand and kind of like maneuver it, turn it to where Harlock could see the brooch. No, it's not you. It's this.
Terrica would like snatch it back and tuck it into their pocket. That's just it does that sometimes.
Does it feel stronger? Can you feel it? Terrica, I need you to be very honest with me.
I don't know. I mean,
what do you...
Terrica looks at like the audience of everybody that's there and they're just like, there's a lot going on.
Shh. Just close your eyes. And at this point, before the course of the show, the Harlock had done psionic tests with everyone, so we know that everybody has little bits of psionic power. You remember when I was testing you? Reach back in and feel that. Just sit in yourself for a moment. Can you see it? Can you feel it?
Terrica will move so that their back is up against the wall before they close their eyes. And then they'll close their eyes and they'll try and like take a couple of breaths. And I think it'll take them a second to get out of the panic state that they've been in all night into somewhere that they could tap into or feel this. Trooper, there's all the effects of their failed side drug. Like, how much is that interfering with their ability to be able to tell what's going on here because of the connection and everything?
I'd like you to make a psionic strength roll.
Oh boy.
It will go well.
Oh,
well, because all my other rolls tonight have been fantastic.
I'm sorry. Please, if you don't mind, you'll be rolling this with a boon.
Oh no.
And if you could...
Now I know what that...
Yeah, so if you could, your psionic strength is normally a 2, I believe. Is that correct?
It's a 3, but yeah.
It's normally a 2, but a 3 because of your brooch.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Like, base you has a 2, but with the brooch, you have a 3. I would like you to temporarily give yourself a +3 to this roll, if you don't mind.
Oh, wow. Cool. I'm sure it's fine.
By the way, it's not because you've taken a nap. Oh, wow. Okay.
It's because I've taken a nap. Because naps are really important, guys.
That's your role that I gave you as you concentrate on your psionic strength. there's been a lot going on, you know? It's been very busy. And when you still yourself and you listen, you become aware of the brooch in your hand and that it's pulsing with your own heartbeat. That the heartbeat that you have, this brooch also has, and you can feel its warmth. But as you listen, you feel powerful. You feel as if there's like a thin layer of electricity over your body. You feel remembered and not forgotten. You feel as if you have been locked away for so long, and you feel as if you're waking up. That you know that phrase that when you shiver, somebody's like walking across your grave, but it's not a shiver. It's something actually warm and comforting. I don't know if Terrica feels comforted, right? But there is a feeling, a comforting feeling that is emanating through your body. Whether or not you consciously feel that way or not is a different story altogether. But there is a feeling of comfort that is coming over your body. And it is a feeling that feels like as if you're being remembered, as if you're waking up, as if you are feeling healthier. But as you're tuning in, there are these little sparks of memory. You can feel little flashes of memories of the bombardment of Drinax, of pain, the thing dying. You also have a memory of a place that tastes like Marduk, except that it looks quite different because you can sort of see a flash of buildings, huge buildings, city streets, people walking, statues. It seems a long time ago. And you can feel the radiation that seemed to destroy you in a way. You feel as if there's a life lost on an immense level, but you're beginning to wake up. But there's something there that shouldn't be there right now in your body. All of this feels, I don't know how Terrica feels about it, but at least the brooch feels pretty good about being remembered and about beginning to wake up in some way. And to have a sense of rightness in the world, that this is the way it is supposed to be. You are supposed to be remembered. And there's that goodness and warmth and awakeness, and then there is something that should not be there. Something should not be there. I need a roll from you, Severance.
What is this roll?
Dad roll.
Could I have your psionic strength?
You don't want my psionic strength. No, it's 2 now.
Roll for Dad.
I do.
Roll for Dad.
Want your psionic strength. Roll for Dad. Yes, that is
6.
absolutely correct. Roll for Dad. Thank you. I want you to imagine, Terrica, the purity of this brooch. And that this brooch, in its purity, is feeding you, is awake, you're remembering, but something is off. Because there is a different flavor or color in you, part of your genetics. And Severance, your glasses get warm against your temples. And these glasses of yours that were taken and...
Not mine.
No, but they're not, but they are. They were manipulated by someone who was not you to do something. They were stolen from that someone's wife, that Viridian, and refashioned. And in this moment, as memories are coming to wake up that brooch, the memories of a great ancient hero who is not Marymore, but from a different family, little bits of that seem to be leaching out and into your glasses and into you. And you asked if anyone remembered you. And they are not remembering you at the moment, but they're remembering somebody you remember the Clone Bay. The Clone Bay of Terrica's. Waiting in case somebody needs to jump their spirit into them. And there is an attunement that is happening at this moment. Attuning you, or this body, or maybe the actual Marymore. It's like it's not feeding you, but it's being leached off through these glasses that belong to him. You get the sense that he was preparing to gain power through others. Perhaps to attune himself to a new body or something, but you feel as if something that does not belong to you is being leached into your glasses in some way. And you feel a closer attunement to Terrica in some kind of fundamental way. And Terrica, you feel bits of these memories leaving you and going towards glasses. Severance? I don't know. But people remembering you seem to now, it's like there's you have more than one DNA in your body at this moment, and the memories are hitting the other DNAs, hooking on to those memories. It's like a 2-for-1, you know? Val, I need a roll from you. May I have your psionic strength?
I'm gonna have to slap all these gems out of y'all.
Your only hope.
We're putting them in the trash.
Did you say you needed mine?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, please, Val.
I thought it was Alex. Okay.
Oh no, my
Bring out
friends, you all have been doing a lot of
I don't think-
shenanigans.
Do I
What?
get a bonus or a boon or anything?
He did sleep after
Not
all.
right now. Not right now. After you roll, then I'm going to ask you a question. Well, you have to roll first.
Oh my god, guys, we're finding out. It's happening.
How's a 12?
You rolled a 12. Would you like a higher number?
Would
12's
I?
good enough, but you could have a higher number if you liked.
I mean, I guess higher's better.
Something's happening with them. Let's not talk about them for a moment. Let's talk about you.
Sure.
You don't remember your dreams, for the most part. You know you have them. Terrica has told you. But you don't tend to remember your dreams. You woke up with a start. And at this moment, when there's stuff happening in this room, right? There's a lot of tension happening in this room, and this is just after you've woken up, and you're still in that space of waking up. And you remember a dream. You were dreaming. Perhaps it's because you got woke up in the middle of it. Maybe. But you remember waking up and seeing Terrica searching through your room. And you got up and you had a conversation with Terrica that was not particularly pleasant. And very strangely, Terrica kept referring to you as Sue. You don't know why Terrica kept calling you Sue. At least not at first. But then, as you go back to this dream you had, you realize that you sort of were Sue. Except, how many more points would you like to draw? How many more numbers would you like?
How many can I have?
How many would you like? You've been doing a lot of work.
I really have.
Mm-hmm.
I deserve a cheat day.
You do.
I mean, can I have another 12?
Would you like another 12?
I don't know,
You
Trooper.
have it.
I guess.
I know.
Okay.
I just want to know if you'd like. There's certainly 12 there.
Okay, right. I don't want like the meta knowledge involved with this, but like when he hits this moment where he would get to maybe choose or tap into whatever this additional strength is, or you know, draw from whatever the source is. Does he have any type of sense, you know, I don't know if the roll, the 12 would kind of reveal this. Does he have any sense that this extra reserve is coming from inside him or like an exterior source?
That's part of the answer to this question, isn't it? And when you begin to tap, it will become more clear for you. If you don't tap, it'll be harder for you to figure out the distinction between things. But when you tap, it will become more clear.
Okay, so if he thinks it's his, like it's something that he controls, maybe, okay, let's do that. If he thinks it's something he controls, but it's, you know, even if it's not necessarily like from within, but he knows that it's his to wield, he would probably pull from it. If he feels like it's an exterior source or like something that's potentially chaotic or wild, he would probably hesitate at that point. But if it's something that he feels he has control over, yeah, he'd do it.
So we'll just start with you pulling 2, and then we'll just increase as I tell you things, and you can tell me when you want to stop. So, you are in your dream, Sue. But you're not Sue. At first you think that you are Sue. We're at 12. And then you realize you're not Sue. And the reason why you realize that is because you can hear Sue screaming in the back of your mind, yelling at you to wake up, yelling at you, but then also trying to calm you. And then you realize, you think at 4, that you're drawing from Sue. 6, you realize you're not drawing from Sue. Or you are, but it's what you put there. And you taste death.
At 6, do I feel like I'm drawing back something that's my own?
No, something that you took from someone else and you placed inside Sue. And you can
something that I possess.
Taste
Take me to 8.
Put into storage, let's say. Right? And because you can taste now the death of those pilots. And you know exactly where that energy came from. It is inside of Sue, but you put it there. And you're currently drawing it back out. And you remember other nights other dreams, you have been up. Remember how tired you are? You've been awake as Sue, doing a lot of work on this ship. And you realize as you suck up the taste of death of those you've murdered, and whose essence and soul you placed within Sue, that you have created a vessel that is alive enough for you to inhabit it. Sue is not a computer program, or not just a computer program. Sue is alive and growing, and you at night push Sue away and take over Sue's, this thing that you have built. Your son has grown, that you have fed food and grown. And at night, you get into that suit and you work on the suit. Well, the suit being Sue. And you get up and you go through the ship and you work on the suit. And you are aware of Sue being there, trying to watch over you. But each death makes Sue stronger. And you have something that you can tap into. But you can see that Sue is pushed aside when you inhabit Sue. There, but without a lot of power. And you recall something in a dream. You recall yourself having a conversation with Quint. And you say to Quint that you can only influence Val when he sleeps. But it might have been Sue who said it. You're at 8. Sue is growing bigger than the vessels you're creating. The physical vessels for Sue that you're creating. Sue needs more space to live. And you have, in this moment at 10, there are 4 dead people. One essence is now dissipated. There is a vast amount of power that you have channeled into Sue for safekeeping. There's a lot of power. Probably a whole... Well, the young one didn't have so much power, but there are a good 3 people's worth of essence here, keeping Sue fed and growing. Sue seems at this moment a little small, a little constrained, as in the dream, at least. As you step into, it's like there's this hologram of Sue, and you can just put your fingers into it, pull Sue open, and then step into Sue as if Sue is just a
suit.
Yes. And it's very clear to you now why you are so exhausted. Because you are often not asleep at all. Realize how little sleep you've been getting all this time. And then there's that one last moment for you. Because you're seeing Sue, you know? As you are Sue, you're seeing Sue. And then you see, it's like a little mini Sue that's sort of stuck around, you know what I mean? Sort of pushed out. And you see something you're not supposed to see. 12. It's Sue. But looks different. Sue looks somehow less, both older and younger. Older in that you get the sense that this Sue is ancient, but younger in the sense that this Sue seems less weathered. Like, this is not a Sue who worked the fields. This is a Sue who studied, who seems to be a Sue who has had different experiences. Very different experiences. This Sue is not wearing the clothing you remember of your father, but is wearing very complicated black robes with like a smattering of Viridian stars on their clothing, and a mask. Beautiful mask of Viridian, covering half of his face. And he reaches out towards... I need Quint to make a psionic strength roll, if you would please.
Oh.
No!
Sure. Here we go. Laboop.
Mhm.
5? Is that good?
Mhm.
Do I need to spend luck?
You might want to.
How much luck?
Would you like to spend 3?
Sure.
The hive mind is
Hmm.
assembling.
I'll spend 3 luck.
Yes. So that means you get to know some things, otherwise you wouldn't. And people would know things about you that you don't know about them.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm glad I spent that luck.
You see, not you, Quint. We'll get to you. But Val,
sure.
you
I'll
see
be
this
here.
Sue. This Sue who is somehow smoother, less harsh, less angry. Turn, and then you see Quint there. And Quint looks younger. Quint does not have a robot arm at all, but is only just flesh and blood. And this Sue reaches out a hand to Quint, and Quint, with their flesh and blood arm, takes Sue's hand, and they begin to dance. And you can't hear what they're saying, but Sue is laughing and smiling, and is dancing and is dexterous in a way that you've never seen Ruby be. And it's like a far past memory. And in this moment, because you spent a lot of points, you realize something. And I don't know how you feel about it, but this is not your memory, and it is not Ruby's memory. It is the memory, and it's not Quint's memory. It's the memory of something alive that is also growing. And you feel a pain in your wrist, right underneath your wrist computer. But not a pain like a sharp pain, but like roots growing into soil, like a heat. And you see that you are turning Sue into this other Sue. Like, you are shaping Sue, and as you see it, you also know that you are shaping the seed that you ate away from Terrica, metaphorically, and towards Quint. And the Sue that you are, whose suit you're wearing, keeps flickering between different sorts of Sues, as if Sue's shape, inner core shape, is not yet settled or formed. But there's a vast power you've given it in death. in murder.
Trooper, does Val think that with more murder, it will become more powerful?
Absolutely.
That's all he
Absolutely.
needs
and
to
you
hear.
know that to be true.
That's
I
all
have
he
to
needs to
ask
hear.
you a question.
Oh,
though.
no.
And this is a question because you spent those points, and a lot of them. Yes, absolutely more powerful. But there are a couple of things that occur to you. One, as you feed Sue, but not exactly Sue, you change Sue. And how you feed Sue, slow or fast, in what ways, impacts who Sue becomes. But the very act of you feeding Sue turns Sue towards good. But Sue doesn't leave you in this process. Sue remains connected to you, which builds something between the two of you, because Sue that you feed is connected to Quint. To your arm, it seems hungry, strange, but you are killing something else in this process, but you don't. All you can see is Terrica's face. You are pulling away from Terrica and you are giving to Quint through Sue, or something like that. And you don't know in this process if you can maintain control of Sue forever, because all children grow up. And when children grow up, they become their own person, but they are always shaped by their father, their parent, their mother. You were once raised by Sue, and at this moment you are raising Sue. And when Sue stands on their own two feet, who will they be? And in this moment, you know that you are raising someone alive. You don't know how long you can keep them a child and under your control. They grow up so fast. But the one who raised you, you are now raising, and that is a responsibility for how they will be. And the last
But you
thing
did
you know
say,
for that many, many points,
you did
is
say
that
though
Sue
that
loves you.
okay, but you did say though that he gives two shits about that. You did say though that he controls the amount that Sue is being fed, quick or slow, right? Then
But
Sue
you
grows
do
up
have
as
to know
fast
that
as
there is this
Val wants
immense
him.
love. This immense love from Sue towards you. That you have never
Trooper,
felt before.
right, I was going to say, Trooper, I'll just stop you right there because Val doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about when you say love.
Yeah.
So why does he even care about that?
You wouldn't know it, but imagine the love a child has for their father. Not that you would understand that, but if you could imagine it, it's like that. It's the Sue who's always been there to make sure you didn't harm yourself. That relationship is persisting as it's being pulled in directions. And as long as you can access Sue's internal core, you can do things with that energy, but you don't. If Sue becomes their own, Sue grows up. You may not have that access anymore. Not without asking. But there's a pain in your wrist. You have it now, and there's a pain in your wrist that tells you you have some deep control that will be very hard to break. The influence of Sue on you and you on Sue will be very hard to break. And you feel it in your bone, specifically the bones of your arm where your mobile computer sits and has never been taken off in years and years. And your hand turns green viridian again in this way, as it sometimes does. But there's power.
He's good with that. And
Quint,
because I wait,
please.
because I spent all those points, Trooper, and you were
Oh, yes.
so eloquent with your description, I'll give you a little change for the cash that you spent. As these foreign thoughts of love, and they pale in presentation to the power that's being talked about, and that is the focus and the flame for Val. And when that idea, that concept that isn't even really truly fleshed out in his mind of love comes into play, there's just an echo, maybe even from the original Sue. And that original Sue would speak that, he does know love. And for just a moment, Val would have a fleeting thought, the last time he has it, that he did in fact love. And he loved Terrica. But today, he loves nothing.
Afraid I'm going to have to point out one thing for you, though, because you are in this space where you are triangulated between figures. You feel that love from Sue, kind of a parental love, where you are the parent, perhaps. It flip-flops. It's actually quite confusing. But you are now aware of something. Every night for a few weeks now, you can hear it. You can feel it. Love and care and protection coming towards you from Terrica through Sue. And that changes Sue a little bit. But you also can feel love from Quint coming into Sue. But
and that's why he doesn't believe anything that you just said.
Yeah, but that love is older. It's a memory that's not yours. But there are intense energies being channeled or have been channeled towards you. People are doing this. They're sending you feelings. Or Sue feelings. It's hard to distinguish those things sometimes. And you know it now, that you have been sent feelings. Or Sue, or the other Sue, has been sent feelings over and over of love and protection and closeness. And you can see that it was happening now. I don't know how you feel about it, but you see that it was happening.
He notes it and observes it all, but anything beyond the application and the flow of power, the feelings of love, he completely dismisses them. He notes them as one would note the punctuation on an essay that you're grading. It's not something he'll ever think about again. But that note remains, that he could refer back to it, but it has no purchase in him.
You should know this. For 24, Sue has noted it. Might want to keep an eye on Sue. Sue has noted all of those feelings because they're coming through Sue. Quint,
Hi.
It's a tense moment, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the
They've
Harlocks
got
said a
this
bunch
thing
of
going here.
things, and I made a bunch of notes of shit that I didn't know. Like, they have psionic drugs on this ship? That's crazy.
Mm. And you are watching this go
Just
down.
Watching, observing, just a little down the hall. Yep.
And weird. What's going on? You don't know. It does not seem to apply to you. Wait, hold on a second. Do you remember? I don't know why this thought popped into your head. Do you remember performing?
That's weird. Of course. Every
Do you remember
instance.
being on the silks
Yeah.
for the crowds?
Yes. How could I forget?
Were you alone?
Never.
What does that mean? That's a strange comment. Do you mean
Okay.
the other people on the stage with you?
Well, once I became a headlining feature, not just a side performer, because there's tiers to Cirque du Soleimani, but once I hit the
course.
top tier, no, I was never alone, and no, I don't mean my fellow performers. I mean,
What do
yes.
you mean?
Yeah, well, you see, I had this mask, and we just had like a connection. I asked some of the other performers if they had like such a connection, and of course they did. You know, it's really artsy and stuff. They weren't as explicit about theirs, which, you know, I guess that's just me, but it's fine. Yeah, me and my mask. Yeah, we were very, we were together all the time, hours a day, every day for years. On the face, skin to mask contact, I guess you could say.
What was your mask made out of? I'm sorry, I forgot. I didn't, but I just want you to say it out loud.
Yeah. No, so it's wood primarily, a beautiful, burled green poplar, if I remember my notes correctly, and viridian. Some jagged viridian set through it. Yep.
A decent amount of viridian, if I recall.
Yeah.
And
A
your
lot of the
mask,
masks are
where
made
was
out of
it
the
from?
pure substance. Oh, Terra, because Soleimani, obviously. So it was a Terran, viridian, and wood. A very old wood. Very carefully preserved.
Terran wood.
Yeah. No one had worn that mask in like 500 years, so, because it wasn't picked very often, or selected very often, rather.
I don't know why that memory popped into your head at this moment where everyone's in this very weird, tense space.
Yeah, that is weird.
Stopped. Do you remember dancing on the ropes, the silks?
Yeah.
Do you remember it being like you were dancing with someone?
Of course. That's how it always felt. It's part of what made it so amazing.
There's an image in your mind as if it were a dream of you back in a completely dark theater, which is weird because you know how the Cirque is. There are lights, there are smells. But at this moment it's empty and you are tumbling down the silks in that controlled fall. And there's a hand and another hand that just turns you, and it is beautiful. And when you are on the stage floor, there's a figure in black emerging out of the darkness, black robes with like stars on the robes, but the stars are made of viridian, wearing a mask. And this figure steps forward and removes the mask and hands it to you. And it's Sue. But different from the Sue you're seeing now. Sort of sleeker, more svelte. Like someone who is simultaneously young and old, someone with the wisdom of millennia, someone who has not seen you in so long. And this Sue reaches out his hand to you.
And Quint would just melt, figuratively speaking, which is a very rare expression that Quint would have on her face. So usually her face is a mask, if not covered by one, and would, of course, accept the hand. Of course, reach out.
And as you accept the hand, you see that it is completely made of iridium. And when you touch it, you see Terra. You see Terra, you see tree-lined streets and buildings that the architecture you don't really remember, but you've seen them in history books. And you see these flashes of history as you dance with Sue.
Yeah, this feels familiar. This has happened before, just differently. Not quite like this.
Not quite like this.
No.
But as you have Sue in your arms, you realize that Sue is frail and like a shadow, but is gaining substance all the time. It is still quite fragile. Sue smiles at you.
Smile back and just pour out my love, as this is the only true love that Quint has ever felt.
Sue leans down to kiss you, coming closer, and it's going to be this beautiful spin and a dip, and just before your lips can meet, Sue is pulled away from you. And Sue sort of flattens away as if a rope is pulling Sue back.
Would try to run
Do
after.
you remember
Yes.
just last night,
Mm-hmm.
as you try to run after Sue, you see the door. And on the other side of the corridor is Val, cigarette smoke, rising up, looking at you. And the door shuts. And you are back in the room with everybody else. And you see that Val's hand is made of iridium.
Quint's heart rate is as if they had just been doing cardio at the moment. Just heart pounding. But he makes a note of the Viridian hand. That's cool. It's just fine.
Severance.
Yes.
You are missing a year of your life.
I am.
For 1 year, you have no idea what happened to you.
Oh.
All you know is that you killed Baron Marrymore, or he killed you, and then you stole his body. You did an Uno Reverso. But you didn't know that. You didn't remember that at all, actually. But you remember that now. And there's still this whole year that you don't remember.
Right.
The tension in this room is high, and you just recall that the Harlock's in pain right now.
Mm-hmm.
And you remember something in this moment. You remember another moment when the Harlock was in pain. But it's not one of the memories that you have remembered before. The Harlock, where are you two?
Right now, or the other?
In this memory.
So, in this particular memory, we would have been, this would have been after the moment of body transition. And then it's Severance, by looking around, would not be able to tell necessarily where it is. It looks kind of barren, very small house, kind of isolated, the way you would imagine if you think of a lot of places where in Star Wars canon they stop off outside when something's going on. That's just like completely isolated. It looks like if the conditions were better, maybe it would have been a farm at some point, eons ago. And at this point, the house clearly belongs to someone. It's lived in. And in this moment, that person is not there. And Severance would vaguely kind of swimming into focus remember lying in this cot is probably an appropriate word for it. The interior of the house, pretty run down, but also weirdly cozy. There's little pictures of maybe someone's family or something, little dust in the corners of it. But it looks like it's relatively well maintained, lots of jars on the shelves and things like that. The entire interior of the little cabin is essentially just one room. And
there's a wooden sign. There is a wooden sign in this one room, though, I have to say. Like one of those like kind of rustic little wooden signs of like, oh, our family thing, right? And that sign says Shepherd. Go on.
Yeah. It's not something that the Harlock would have necessarily thought of, because she already knows whose house it is.
Who's there before?
But when kind of finding himself awake on this cot, I imagine that Severance would be relatively confused, kind of in a daze. Kind of like if you ever think about if you've woken up from a really, really bad flu, and it's still there, you can feel your body. You can feel like your skin. The atmosphere has just like this pressure to it.
And it feels weird. The body feels bad. It feels like not your body.
Yeah, and just like kind of, I would imagine, not having switched bodies before, but I would imagine it's like if you think of a phantom limb, how you feel the limb, but it's like the reverse of that. And nobody else is in this single roomed cabin. But if at some point, kind of gathering himself, Severance would make his way, and the front of the door is open. You're not even really sure if there's a door on there anyway. It wouldn't really matter as far as privacy goes, because there's no one here. But sitting on the rough-hewn wood slats of this deck in front, this little porch, little very unpleasant sort of wooden thing, you would notice that the Harlock is sitting there and does not dress differently, for one. Kind of nicer clothes, but looks like they've been on for a while. Probably not the cleanest looking. They've been washed, but it looks like wear, get dirty, take them off, wash them, put them back on. And then, like, there was part of a dress, but like it's been kind of fashioned into something else, and like the sleeves have been torn off and all of this. But would notice that the Harlock is sitting there and kind of like rubbing, just furiously rubbing her head, and breathing fairly hard, just like rubbing her head and leaning forward, rocking back and forth a little bit, and whispering or muttering something that he wouldn't really be able to hear. But it would just be this sound.
Shepard, what are you saying?
And as soon as she hears his voice approaching, she would jump up and kind of like take a few steps out into this dusty ground and turn around. And would have a little bit, looks younger, looks brighter a little bit, not quite as, but immediately hands her down, stops this almost like kind of a chant she was doing. You're up, you shouldn't be up. You're standing.
Yes.
Well, you should go lie down. This is far too early. And then
I'm okay. I
just
can walk.
approaches, and unlike anything else he probably would remember, she her hands are on him, like she is like, takes him by the shoulder, she's guiding him and stuff, like takes his arm and literally starts like moving him back inside. No, you definitely shouldn't be up right now. This is awful. It hasn't nearly been enough time. You need to lie down again. This is ridiculous.
It's all right. I'm okay. I'm fine. Thank you.
You're not. You died. No one is okay this soon after they've died. It's ridiculous. We've never even discussed this sort of thing before. And kind of like sits down with him on the cot. It is not a comfortable cot, by the way.
I'm not dead.
Well, I suppose she's like kind of bounces up and down a little bit. This probably doesn't help though, does it?
No, it doesn't. My back is sore.
Oh, of course, yes, of course it is. And she immediately is like pawing at him and such. How do you feel do you still feel the wound? Are you still feeling foggy? What's happening here?
The wound is there, but it's the fog, Shepard.
Well, it's not
quite.
The wound isn't
Together, what?
there anymore. It's, well, it would be difficult to explain. It seems like it's been healing nicely, of course.
I still feel the pain.
Yes, of course. Here, let me. And at that, she actually would take, and she would kind of like, and at this point, he's wearing kind of a loose, like almost like one of the linen-y kind of shirts and she straight up just like unceremoniously would pull the front part aside to where the wound would have been and just like sticks her hand straight on there, and he would be able to feel like this, if you could feel what light feels like, kind of like a glow, but it's not necessarily warm, just like kind of coming off, and she does it for a little bit and then like abruptly stops and kind of like, I'm gonna I can go back to it in a little bit. It's been a long night. I need a little rest, of course.
What are you? It's.
Well, here. Why don't we try and she tears a piece down from like the bottom of this and starts like trying to.
I don't.
And he kind of holds your hands for a moment and he looks you in the eyes.
I don't feel it anymore.
You were saying You were just saying you still felt it.
No, what you did then. Oh, never mind.
Oh, see, that's what I was talking. That's right there. I can't even trust you when you say something like this. And she's just like wrapping this all around.
But for a moment, it was gone.
That's good. That's good. That means it's working. And just a few more, and dragging your words as she looks around the room. Days should be enough. And then
How many
you'll
people
feel
have you helped
better.
like this?
You'll be oriented. Although we should test to make sure I've never seen anything like. And now she's looking over him like somebody would be looking over a subject or something. I've never seen anything like this before.
I think as you do, he tries to catch your eyes as you do.
The committee would be. Of course, I can't tell her about this. That would be terrible. That would be terrible. We can't have that now. Although they would be able to find out, but well, not if no one else knows. Well, the main point being, you're feeling better. It's working. It's working.
What's working? How many people have you brought back from the dead?
Well, thus far, no one. But I've never seen anyone else bring themselves back for all intents and purposes.
I did this.
Yes.
It's really bad right now.
Oh,
really bad.
Here. Well, next best thing.
Into my side.
Next best thing, and you notice next to, like, there's a little crudely made table next to the bed, and there's a big bottle with a brown liquid. Who knows what it might be, but she pours some of it, and what I can tell you is this: it would be, if you think of the bottom shelf, it would be lower than that. But she takes it and and just like hand on the bottom of the glass, and just like before he can even like protest or anything, just right back.
So
it's bad. Yes, it's very bad.
I think for a moment he heaves.
Oh no! It took a lot to get that. That just.
Wow.
Just let it settle.
Are you trying to poison me now?
No. This will help with the pain in the immediate. You'll a couple more of those and a few moments, and you won't even know.
If you're going to use alcohol, it's not going to do anything besides curb the pain. If there's any blood wound at all, it's going to start flushing and making it worse. So it's only going to thin the blood. I won't be able to coagulate, of course, with.
Yes, that's if there were a flesh wound, but there's not right now.
That's what it feels like. I'm still feeling the piercing.
Like that, but I mean, I could give you a flesh wound if you want one.
No. Thank you, Shepard.
The body has no wound, no physical wound on it, though you can still feel the rapier piercing your body.
I feel like it's just an ongoing. It's like I feel as if it's constantly replaying. Like it'll go away, but when it comes back, it's not just it's back. It's that same. I could feel the tip piercing. I could feel every serration or every flaw of the edge of that blade, every rolled bit of metal, just sort of moving some of the flesh across and even slicing some of the bits as it pierces into my side.
Well, it's psionic trauma. Certainly, it's also emotional and any other way. Not physical though, so that's good. If we can get you past the psionic and emotional part, you'll be fine-ish. For the most part. Here, have some more. She starts to pour him another. Oh, see, you'll be fine in no time.
Thank you. Yes.
And
right.
As he drinks that, she stands up and kind of maneuvers to the other side of the cabin. Like, you see that she's still like doing one of these. And as she goes over, she kind of like just trying to subtly, but not like takes and kind of like maneuvers some of the pictures and stuff like that to where they're not directly like facing.
Oh, is this it?
What's that?
Is this it? You just get me drunk. It still hurts.
Well, one more drink and I can properly take advantage of you. Although, from what I recall, I didn't need any drinks for you for that. But no, this will at least help in the immediate. And after that, once I'm able to rest up a bit, get the brain juices flowing and all that, we'll get back to work.
Teach me.
What?
Teach me what you're doing. That makes the pain go away. I want to learn what you're doing.
It's God.
Please, Shepard. If I'm going to live with this second life of mine, then I would need to have some way to numb the pain.
Well, you. She comes back over and like takes the bottle, takes the glass. I'm assuming there's probably he has it in his hand, drank a little bit, but she takes it out of his hand.
He doesn't
Well,
drink it if you don't force him to.
Yeah. Well, first things first. Let's get this out of here. You'll never be able to do that if you're drunk. All right.
Too late.
Well, we do have some time, so I suppose that's in our favor, but. And so she turns to where she's facing away from him. What number am I thinking of?
7.
And as you concentrate on that, your memories bring you back to the ship. And it is clear to you in that split-second moment as you watched the pain in the Harlock's body that the memory you had of Shepard, it was the Harlock. The Harlock was Shepard, who brought you back, nursed you to health for a year. Your memory shifts.
You mean got me drunk for a year?
Well, there's a little bit of that.
Got drunk, healed. Why mince words?
And
also
in that moment, as you remember the Harlock placing her hands on your shoulders and looking in your eyes, we shift right back to that moment where the Harlock has got her hands on Terrica's shoulders and is looking in Terrica's eyes. And we bring back this moment, and you have the Harlock holding onto Terrica, looking in Terrica's eyes, Terrica looking back. You've got Val in the corner watching this. You have got Quint in the back also watching this, and Severance there. And all 5 of you are in this moment, both on the threshold, in between Val's room and the hallway, on the deck of the Gambler. And that little electricity that joined each one of you in different ways continues to crackle.
Terrica, what do you feel? Just close your eyes.
Powerful. I and Terrica then like locks eyes with Severance. And they're like, and something to do with you. I don't understand it, but and like as their shoulders drop, you can see like that sort of bearing come into place, you know?
The Harlock would definitely, is the posture changes. Harlock, hands back.
They'll be like, my ancestor was a hero. Are you sure they weren't calling her?
may have been was, there's a tie though, was caused by your presence, and possibly that, pointing at the brooch. But all
Yes,
said,
that was unfortunate.
well, there may be some use to it as of yet. All said, there may be more of a connection between you and your ancestor than just bloodlines and genetics. And I'm presuming name.
Yes, I was named after her. No, that seems and as like the sort of feelings start to fall away, as they lose that sort of thought, they're like, well, it's unfortunate. I mean, it just is. But I can feel them all. Well, and her at.
Is it like a pain?
No, it's like coming home. Terrica will turn sideways and puke.
Oh. Is this into Val's work?
I mean, we're all, I think, in that sort of space. They would just be trying to like turn away from any. They would try to not aim it at anybody.
I think at that, the Harlock would turn to Val. Doctor, it appears you're up.
No, I've got it. I can clean up after my own mess. I can clean up after my own.
I didn't mean
mess.
to clean your vomit. I meant to make sure you're okay.
I'm fine.
Wesley for that.
That's true.
What?
Wesley.
No. Severance. No one is cleaning up after me.
Okay. I'm on my way.
Bring 2 buckets. Tell him to bring 2 buckets. It was a lot.
Bring 2 buckets, maybe 3. I'm certain.
Yes, probably a good call.
Could be
Yes.
a triple banger.
Terrica turns to Val and is just like, I'm sorry. I'm gonna get some towels. And
It's fine. It's
I can't imagine this is the first time you've had someone throw up in your doctor's office.
Well, it's not quite
bedroom.
in there. We're sort of like just about to be.
You made the
Really. It's
threshold
on that
there.
wall. Yeah,
Terrica starts like cleaning it up.
that could be the first. Actually.
With her hands? No!
No, I imagine there's towels.
That was Rockhead speaking.
It's the medical bay, right? There's got to be like things.
I just saw you start to go like this, and I was like, absolutely not.
They're just like,
also to restate, the medical bay is Val's room that he has his shit laid out in. It has nothing medical bay like it because I don't have the money for it.
Right.
There seem to be
For
some
million
sheets
credits.
over there that we could use an extra pillowcase, probably.
I could probably afford that if we ever brought it up again. I'm sure you.
I listen. It's all up to you if you ever want to get a medical bay because I'm not going to need it. I'll be dead if I ever have to have it. The rest of you, though, when you're screaming and I'm like, I've got some yarn here. I'll put you together.
I could do that. I have done that before.
Listen, I've got a little thing of super glue and a staple gun. I don't know what you want.
That's right. I've got a crate full of great supplies here, and also a hot glue gun.
Yep,
I've got
that's
an
what
anatomy book and a
is.
dream. Right.
Exactly. I got this. I'm a clone.
At this moment, you just hear behind you all. Why is everyone standing out in the hallway? And there's Kareen looking at everybody, eating a piece of bread.
I imagine a very slow, everyone like slow turn.
Tarek is just like hands on the ground cleaning vomit, like,
That is disgusting.
Terrica got sick.
I'm sure it's passing, just bad food.
Kareen just walks away. just in the middle of the phrase, just sort of walks away, takes a bite
Oh,
out
for
of
a
the bread.
second, I thought it was going to be Marcel.
I did too.
Marcel does not wake up this early.
Marcel, quickly! She needs some latex. Help this one. Help this
Hurry.
person.
I've got just the suit for this.
I do have to say this.
He arrives with the sound like a snapping towel. You know, just his hair.
He's got the pec windows and the ass window. It's great.
Both of them.
First you see the spec window, and then he goes down to clean up, and then you see the ass window.
And you're like, ooh.
And
Oh,
I
no!
believe this is where we call it for tonight, as Sue just apparates. Just sort of like
Sure you want
the
to
hologram of Sue sort of shows up.
Then as soon as it apparates, Val would turn around and say, "Ah, you're done your diagnostic. Good, Sue."
Terrica
Just
would
finished
lock
it.
eyes with Sue. And they would
And
just
Sue
be
looks at
like,
you.
they would,
Hello.
fuck you.
That's where we end it. That's where we end it, my friends.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey.
Ah,
Crazy.
Holy
Seriously.
moly.
play with you guys. It's so much fun.
So much fun.
No.
One of these days, we're going to the banquet.
One of these days.
One of these days.
You just gotta say, we're gonna go and hang out for 2 days and go to the banquet. I'm like, okay, I'm ready for you. I just give me those, but you had some stuff going on
Okay.
today, you know.
All right.
It all just started, and you're like, I just gotta check out this one thing, and I was like, okay, well,
All right.
It started even earlier than that. It's like,
Well.
okay, morning happened. And Ari's like, hold on.
I was like, wait, there was a
Next thing
whole
you
deal
say,
of sex happening. Like that has to be addressed.
Absolutely.
and then
not.
it was, and then
it
you made a critical failure.
Yeah, that was bad.
No,
We're
it's
good.
not even 6 a.m.
True. It's not even 6
And
a.m.
here
I was
we
gonna
are.
go people watching today.
Yeah, and Sue was busy, so could not come out to play. So Sue came out
Counting
to play.
wheat?
Great. Yep, counting wheat. Was counting wheat, so could not come out to play. But just finished. Could show up.
Sue just finished. Interesting.
Guy.
Uh-huh.
Interesting.
That's what
Oh.
Interesting.
Sue just said. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she
Just-
did,
just
he did
follow.
say that.
He did. Just
That
finished my
is
diagnostics.
interesting.
Yeah.
What the
So
fuck?
everybody, yeah, Sue just got finished with his diagnostics. Just got finished counting all of the wheat. So
Cool.
anyhow,
Just
yeah,
not
just
where.
now.
Now.
No, not earlier. Just now.
Just now.
Sue was
Cool.
just now.
Cool.
Sue
Cool.
was
Cool. Cool.
busy
Cool.
doing diagnostics because it's a very long diagnostic process. It
I
takes
like
a
that.
long time to count all that wheat.
I think I know what's happening.
Yep.
No, I don't.
So
We got this all figured out.
Medicating, sure.
Yeah, this all figured
Terrica
out.
has no clue. They are. Yeah.
yeah, so let's do our outros, shall we? If you might, by the way, chat, I need a good episode title. Anyhow, let's see. I would like you each to
Three
say
Sues in a trench
who
coat.
you are.
Three Sues in a
where we
back
can
suit.
find you. 3 Sues in a back suit. And then give some love to a fellow player. And I want another outro, and that's going to be, what present did you get today? So give some love to someone else, and then just say what present you got today. What present you got today. Yeah. Why don't we start? I'm just going to go just around. Let's start with the person who instigated today's session. The person, the one player whose fault the entire episode is, Ari.
It's your fault.
Wait, what?
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Ari.
Anytime, Cord. Did it just for you, buddy.
Thanks.
Hey, I'm Ari _Adventures. You can find me here on Fridays or live at Unexpected Productions in downtown Seattle if you want to see improv at any given time. Right now, I'm mostly doing theater sports shows, but sometimes we do genre style improvs that are based on different things. So there is one more show of Stories Grimm. I won't be in it, but it is a fantastic show. Last Sunday we had, oh goodness, it was really good. And all I remember is that chicken nuggets were killing people. So you too can experience the horror of Stories Grimm. Huh? Oh yeah, full on killing.
Show about?
Oh, well, it was about these characters who one character was trying to save chickens, and my character worked in a chicken restaurant, and my character's fiance got killed by the chicken nuggets, and then a bunch of other people got killed by the chicken nuggets, and then we found out it's because that they just wanted to not be turned into chicken nuggets in the first place, so we shut down the factory.
It's a feel-good story.
Yeah, it. I think every character in the show died last time, so join us.
Nice.
Feel good stories.
Yeah, I like feel good stories. Speaking of feel good stories, I think that the present that Terrica got handed today, or that I got handed today, because I don't think Terrica would consider it a present at all. Is their ancestor lives on through them in some way, shape, or form, and now they have access to like this power that's associated with that. And I think this present comes with so many questions for me, including what is Terrica going to do with it? Because I don't know at this point. That is literally the last thing in the world they wanted. So fun. Which I like. I love it when my characters get given things that they like, that's hard for them or they don't know what to do with. Those are the best presents in the world. And then, oh my goodness, all of my love. There's so many different beautiful things tonight, from Greg's really creepy Val in Sue.
That's amazing.
That was just such a beautiful, like.
How dare you?
Oh, hey, you know what? I was already blamed for this, so I'm just going to take all the good ones.
Keep going.
It was really delightful. It was lovely. It had even me like sitting in my brain knowing like, no, Terrica's never lied to Val. They wouldn't lie to Val. Would they do something like this? Yes, but they wouldn't lie to Val about it. They would be upfront about what they did right afterwards.
Keep telling yourself that.
They haven't actually lied to Val yet. They just did this rifle-y thing.
Yet.
Exactly. Yet. So like it was just beautiful, like to have that sort of, to play with that. I thought it was really fun. And oh man, Lindy, that the whole moment of getting to learn all about the Viridian mask work and like that love connection and this sweet, beautiful little like, just this sweet moment that we actually got to see Quint like melt for a second. I thought that was really lovely and wonderful and nice. It was just lovely. And Raquette, the way that you handle the chaos that happens on this ship with just a like, okay, so now we're going to like go and figure this out and we're all going to have a conversation and it's just, it's the type of leadership that I'm like, oh yeah, like that's actually a captain Ari would follow, of like, yeah, just walk in, we're going to handle things, we're going to take care of things, we're going to have clear conversations. And every time
out of everyone's hand.
Pay attention, everybody. Oh man. And then Cord, with you and the Harlocks moment in the cabin and learning that piece of like who like how Severance got to be here and what happened in that space, and your care in taking care of the moment was just gorgeous. just like very nice. And Trooper, the way that you like wove all of these stories together and just like kept nudging the drama along until it boiled over, and that scene where you built up the Sue Val, where Val was starting to understand that like Sue is Val is something different that may not be controlled. Like it's just nice. I like seeing those plays happen. Okay, that's my love. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna have to go on to our next lovely player because this whole episode was amazing. Greg, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love to others, and then just say what present did you, Greg, get tonight?
Oh, okay. My name's Greg. I play Dr. Valentine Morrissey. I had a fantastic time tonight. It's very easy to give out love each time because everybody's so great. The tough part is trying to beat everybody else to the punch
Right.
because you have your favorite moments. That's the horseshit part of all this, like going in turn type stuff.
That's my
But
torture.
you all are fantastic. I love playing with each and every one of you. I got cut off last week, so I'm gonna finish what I was gonna say last week because and if I get cut off again, then fuck it. It ain't ever supposed to come out.
Cord, get the screen cap ready.
Right. I love you all very much. I love playing with each and every one of you. Ari, it's fantastic to be able to explore everything that's going on with Terrica and Val. It's a blast, and just to kind of let everybody in, when we go at it with one another like that, we always check with one another in the chat afterwards because shit like this gets heated in the moment when you're, and not that we were always perfectly fine, but it's so much fun because when we get to press each other's buttons. That's the essence of, in my opinion, the essence of role playing, essence of acting, is to be able to produce these type of emotions and responses that are genuine, and it's absolutely great. I was going to say too, Cord, that whole thing where you coming back from the dead, I mean, just your voice alone, just the affect on your delivery is just masterclass shit. I mean, it's just really, really good. And the thing that I want to say to Rockette is Val and the Harlock desperately need to have like a long conversation and like a very, very like like a few days worth of conversation needs to occur because there is a lot of shit going on. But again, the reason why I want that is it is a joy to RP with you, and I feel slighted that I haven't had a chance to do it more in this particular season. Like I'm genuinely fucking pissed about that.
Now.
We haven't even
Yeah,
had
no,
like
I'm genuinely pissed.
the like commentary going on like we did in the beginning.
Yeah, exactly. But I was listening to that scene with you and Cord, and I'm like, this fucking sucks. I should be.
That should be me.
Listen, I'm a narcissist. I'm like, I should be doing something like this too. What the fuck?
We're all actors. Come on.
Right. And I'm saving Lindy for last because this is because
you want to freeze again.
I got teched out last week. Trooper. Yeah, and Lindy, I just, but no,
the background still moves.
Right. Trooper, everything that everybody said, being able to play all of these different NPCs is one thing. Being able to create a world that's as vivid as this is another thing. And being able to weave all of these independent backstories into a very, very, an excellently supported narrative is another thing altogether. And so all of those things, any one of those things would be masterclass. Putting them all together, I don't even know what the fuck you call that, but I'm glad I'm here to witness it. And finally, what I wanted to say a week for Lindy. For those of you that don't know, Lindy and I have played together a very long time. And every time I have the opportunity to play with Lindy, it doesn't matter how much I played. I'm like I just mentioned, I'm super selfish. When I hear a great scene, I'm like, fuck, I should be in that scene. If I see Lindy RPing or acting with anybody else, I get violently pissed because even after all this time, I
I love it.
love playing with Lindy. Lindy is, without a doubt, when I get to RP with somebody, Lindy's the very top. I love you all. Lindy and I have a history that it is steeped in every emotion you can think of. And I crave it like crack or like Tabasco sauce. I mean, I just fucking have to have it. And so again, just like what right, just like what I said to Fox, we need to have more scenes, but unfortunately I was a fuck up and set this up where we're antagonistic towards one, or at least Val is. So
Val is. Quint doesn't have a problem with you at all.
right. So I'm just gonna say this. I'm just gonna say that Greg desperately wants to have the scene, no matter what Val says. Greg desperately wants to have the scene right between Val and between Quint. We desperately have to have that scene. And so if you ever hear Val like trying to get away from it, that's Val, that's not Greg. So you fucking push that scene, okay? Don't matter what I say, you fucking push.
Don't let him leave. Don't let him leave.
Don't let him
You're
leave.
looking
Right,
at this arm, Val.
Exactly, right. You got to push it. And so what am I doing? Okay, hold on.
Power plant start station, go.
All right. So everybody, I am over on YouTube now doing reaction videos for Star Trek and a lot of sci-fi. And this Halloween, and again, all of my childhood friends and my adult friends are going to be, well, whatever. I have never seen The Thing with John Carpenter and Kurt Russell.
Either of us.
I have seen every fucking other Kurt Russell and John Carpenter. So I watched it and recorded it and reacted to it a few days ago. It was one of the most terrifying fucking things I've ever done. And I have to say that I come across like the world's biggest fraidy cat. So if you ever want to check that out, it's going to be up on Halloween, much to my dismay, but it's awesome. And so I have my McCready hat. I'm ready to go. And everybody, I love each and every one of you on this screen, and everybody in chat. You fucking rock. And so we'll see you next week. And whatever I say, that conversation has to happen between Val and Quint.
And what was your present? What was your present?
All that I got? How about fucking murder-fueled power? That was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a fun present.
It's all the things that Val likes. It's power, it's murder, and it's murder-fueled power. Those are the three things that he loves, and you gave me all of them. You know? Happy fucking birthday, Val.
Presents. You're welcome. Happy birthday. Cord, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love, and what present did you get today?
Hi everybody, it's me, Cord. You can find me at twitch.tv/Cord or everywhere else as Mythomatic. I am streaming sometimes, and it's been great. Anyway, to the game. There's so much wonderful juiciness tonight. Rocket, the entire scene, and you setting up that whole scene was so fucking cool. We've been talking for a little bit about potential ideas of like, maybe there's something else between Severance and Harlock. What is that about? And I'm really happy that we were able to delve a little bit more into that tonight. So thank you for setting that up and getting that going. That was sick. And just, of course, once again, Greg, your opening, or that when you arrived as Sue, Val, when you were playing Sue, that was really awesome. Seeing, letting, and also having Trooper, you stepping back for a moment and letting Greg just take it, was super awesome to see. And I don't know why that happened, but there was a reason. I know you said diagnostics done, and now it's like, wait a fucking minute. So that was just awesome. So thank you for that cool little moment of us going, wait a minute, because that's scary. Thank you so much, Greg, for bringing Val. Val is such a cool character. He's Dexter and Iron Man, and it's terrifying. So it's just so cool. So thank you. I just absolutely crazy. Lindy, it's always so amazing seeing and playing, and that whole entire scene we had in the beginning was awesome. I was really excited to actually sit down and begin to like have a conversation with Quint more than just like with other people, and also have a little bit moment of interrogation. 'Cause it was definitely going to be like a, hey, we should debrief about what you saw out on number 1. And then and then he got distracted. So thank you once again, Rockhead, for having that moment and spinning us into that direction. But good golly. Ari, it's always amazing watching you play Terrica. Every little moment and everything that you do while we are in show mode is Terrica, and it's amazing. We could all just like zoom in on just your character box or your webcam, and we'd be like, we know what's going on with the story because we are there as we can react and watch Terrica just be so real and be so natural and authentic with your acting. So thank you so much for that and letting us who are in the scene also be a part of the audience. So it's just so awesome. I feel like I learn every week something a little bit more from each and every one of you. So yeah, and Trooper, this was amazing tonight. You connecting everybody's stories and starting to then have this little bit of a Cy MacGuffin of this Viridian to try to. It's also really cool. My buddy VTM showed up. He's in my spoils game on Monday. But anyway, he showed up and he was DMing me and he was like, "That's a really cool narrative MacGuffin that we have the Viridian to sort of help us tell secrets through our sight, like through our psi powers and through psionics without having to actively tell them, because one, we're a bunch of creepy weirdos who don't want to tell our secrets. Like we're all pirates and evil weirdos, so we're not going to want to tell them. So it's kind of cool that we have this. So thank you and for giving us that. And it's really cool to see it work out in a way that like what was really cool at the end was when we were all in this like intersection. We all have this bullet time moment and we have this our own little montage or vignette of something happening where this this web being woven in front of us about this psychic stone and our backstories and how we are all sort of linked besides just the Emperor hiring us. And that's probably got something behind it too. But anyway, the reason like, and then you just being like, okay, you all come sort of back from it. And then we all had something to say to someone else. There was all, like, I feel like at that moment there was a cacophony of a word or a phrase that we all sort of said, but no one really picked up on it because it was just blah, blah, blah.
I picked up on all of it though.
You're right, because we were all reacting and we all came out of it. So it was just all really, really, really cool. I'm excited for so many scenes. I'm excited for Severance to talk with Val about his potential past and maybe why he was hired. And I'm so excited to talk with the Harlock about, of course, the Shepherd. And of course, we have Shepherd. At some point we've got to talk about the elephant in the room, Erica. We're not going to. No,
we're not. We don't have that conversation. We've established with 2 seasons worth of content that we don't have that conversation.
We don't ever have to have that. Perfect.
The elephant in the room. What is going to happen?
At some point, it's going to have to happen. Apparently.
I mean, there's a couple of things we need to talk about for sure.
That's true.
There's been some things happening.
Yeah, so this has been so amazing. I keep talking and I have theories. I think that one of my theories, I'm going to tell you. I think that Terrica, there's a body snatching Terrica that showed up here before. I don't know what's going on. Ooh. I don't know who did it or who it was. I think that's what's happening.
Ooh, I like that. I think that's fun. Terrica would hate it.
Is there a statue of Terrica in the... No, there's a statue.
There's a statue of no, there's a tapestry of their ancestor, the original Terrica.
Right. All
right. Well, look at very closely. But there's
happened.
a pretty exciting tapestry but I know people are going to be going back down to Dragonstone, I know. So I know that'll be.
Yep. Well,
no, we don't have to look at that.
We don't have to go to Dragonstone. We're going to the little sphere. Are we going to the other one? Oh no, we're going to Dragonstone
Yeah.
to then go to the other one.
Oh, you're gonna be
Dragon's
picked
Dome.
up and taken directly to Falaka. So you don't have to
Falaka.
go to Dragon's Dome directly.
Perfect. See, so
Because
we
they
never
have
have to
like
go to the
one
tapestry
or
again.
two
Perfect.
shuttles.
Good.
But you know, stuff down at Dragon's Dome.
I feel like
and
there
what
was a
your present?
cutscene at Dragonstone, and then Ari just pressed A and skipped it. They were like, "We have to go
Nope.
back and finish." Then you're nope. There's a lot. No, we don't need to skip. I got enough
Skip.
context.
Skip, skip, skip.
Yeah, skip.
Skip.
What was my present? Oh gosh, the present was the entire scene from Rocket, and the whole setup was awesome. It was so amazing. I felt like I knew immediately where I was. I mean, so thank you for setting it up and letting me jump right into the scene because, yeah, that was just really fucking cool. Also, you know what? Actually, you know what the big present was? Why Severance doesn't drink.
Yeah.
And I didn't have a reason, and now I have a reason. So that's awesome. So thank you so much for that. And not the fact that like you would give him drinks, but like I feel like he just had maybe this traumatic or bodily visceral reaction to now drinking. Maybe that's why he stopped. Or he spent an entire year in a drunken stupor trying to get over the pain of being stabbed over and over. But I don't know. I think it's awesome. So thank you. That was my gift. So thank you so much. Okay.
To the giver of that present, Rocket, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love, and then what present did you get today?
Yes. Hello, hello, friends. It's me, Rocket Fox, your second favorite person, but also first favorite, Rocket Fox. You can find me in a lot of places. If you look me up, I'll be there. I would be remiss if I didn't say one of the greatest gifts I've ever received to this day is what I'm seeing in Greg's window right now. Because I feel that this will live rent-free in my head for a good long time.
Cyberpunk prospector.
There's even a picture for you in the green room if you wanted to redo your social media apps again.
I absolutely will have to. I will say, Greg, I don't know if you saw it. As soon as you came back with the hat in the chat, I was like, "Is that a prospector hat? Is this a prospector?"
Prospector hat when I see one.
Prospector, Greg. So in terms of giving love, going back, Greg, to when you were portraying Sue, every time I don't want to say necessarily go into a dark place, but take a character into a dark place, it's really scary in a way that is enjoyable to watch, but also very scary. And also every single time reminds me that I need to put way more hats nearby than I have currently, because every fucking time you go off screen and come back and you're wearing like 10 different hats. And it's great. Like you become all these different characters, and that is fantastic. Ari, I will move to you since the way my thing is set up, you are right next to Greg. Yeah, I really enjoyed. There's a lot. Like I always enjoy your subtle acting, your portrayals. I'm gonna go this time with the fact that like when you were talking about how you were feeling, I'm caught on a wire. When you're talking about how you're feeling after having had that moment with the Verdian, and like talking about like pinning it back to yourself, and you straighten up your posture as you're describing that, and you're very body oriented with your acting, be it your face, your posture, all these things, and then you threw up. And that was truly another gift that we experienced, and also that I Rocket experienced, because I swear to God, when I saw you, like, oh, and now she's cleaning it up. I didn't even mean to like be like, no, don't do it. But it's just I had to be like, oh no, oh, yes, this is the real gift. This is the gift. Yes. And then moving onward, Lindy, I know that like a lot of the focus was in a lot of other places, and there were two main scenes that you were in, but those two scenes were phenomenal. And like even seeing you just in like a breakfast moment, and interacting is really fun to watch. But also I found myself the entire time during breakfast, like she's talking about, oh, I grew up an orphan, all this stuff. And it's coming out very authentically, and it's coming out in a way that's very believable. But then I'm like, she's a spy. There's no way she's she like even if it's all true, I'm sitting here, I'm like, is she
So hard to
lying right
trust her.
now? I feel like she's lying. And I don't know. And to this day I don't know. And maybe I'll never know, but I like that. I like that not knowing. Cord, listen, I also very much enjoyed that scene. Being able to finally start diving back into like, what's going on? What's the deal for this? Like, I love how you jumped in there. And I think Greg had said too, like, even when you started talking, this kind of like, just very authentic, like tone of your voice and pacing and everything is phenomenal. And Baron, man, that guy is a fun character. Like, what a blast. And I will also say thank you for before mentioning when I think it was the question last time, no, this time, I have no sense of time, but mentioning about how he doesn't drink and stuff, immediately brought it back, and I was like, oh yes, I will bring that here now. So, but yeah, everything
awesome.
that, like the presentation of Severance in all the different times, and the way you're able to take him into different states of being without even really, like, I wouldn't be able to tell you what it is you're changing, but I know that you're changing something, and they are very distinctive moments, which I think is a beautiful thing to behold. And Trooper, yo, that jacket, my guy, every time
This is my number one jacket.
It is an amazing jacket. And aside just from that jacket though, like, listen, we all know that you build amazing worlds. We know that you bring a game every time when it comes to NPCs and other characters. I don't even feel right calling them NPCs because they have so much soul to them. But like this, listen, tying all of this together, giving everybody this moment with the Viridian, like linking all of these different stories, even if it's like the vision of Sue and all of this, like in these different places, and how you are just like nefariously spinning some sort of a web and tying us all up in it. You know, we struggle. You struggle in the web, and you get tangled up even more in it. And you know your character's gonna get eaten, but you enjoy it, and I can appreciate that. And yeah, other than the gift of the hats and this jacket, though, I do want to say as well, being able to have that scene kind of during the missing year was a gift, because there's so much more that I want to do with it. And
there's an entire year missing.
Yeah. And being able just to like start tapping in there is super exciting. And I better have my breakfast still. That's all I'm saying.
I
haven't put it out.
Still better be hot.
Pipe
Yes.
in.
Lindy, who I laugh and I love. Lindy,
Aw.
who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love, and then what is your gift? What is your present?
I'm going to do reverse order like I usually do because I forget things. Because ADHD. So, my gift, first of all, I would say Quint's gift this session was, oh, warm and fuzzy feelings and memories. Oh, isn't that so nice? Wait, why now? Huh? That just that. I'd say gift for me is just getting to play with all these wonderful people. And let's see, love. I'm gonna go and like on my screen reverse order. So Rocket, I loved how I love how many early risers we have in this crew compared to us in real life.
Right.
We're like, fuck no.
Right.
But yeah, in this fictional world, we're early risers, and it's great. I just love the image of the Harlock being like, I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna get some fresh air. It's gonna be great. Wesley, why are you awake? Go to bed. Yes, I hear what you're saying. Go to bed. Yeah, okay, yes, sure, I'll go with you on the next planet. Go to bed. I just loved like caring, but not caring enough to actually listen to everything that Wesley had to say. Just enough to be like, yes, but you should really get some sleep. That just tickled me. So that's my love for the Harlock for tonight. And Cord, my love for you is our breakfast conversation. It was just so great. And with so tell me about you. Just like what a vague opening statement. Like, okay. And I think Quint, I mean, I just adore playing with you. I've played with you in a few, not enough games, but a few games at this point.
Yeah, not enough.
And I think Quint really appreciates at sometimes how straightforward the Admiral is. I imagine that there are times where it's like, just keep it to yourself. Just shh. They don't have to know. We'll say maybe. It's like saying no, but with like hope for them, I guess. But in like personal conversations, I think Quint really appreciates how just straightforward and to the point the Admiral is. Ari, my love for Terrica for the evening. Oh, just the level of paranoia that Terrica has reached, all because when like the first episode, I guess, or the second episode, I was like, hey, so you know that AI, he's saying some weird stuff, like I can only influence him when he sleeps. I just thought that was kind of sus. Did you not know he says this kind of stuff? Oh, well, maybe you want to keep an eye on it, and it's devolved to this. All because I kind of like was like, do I join y'all? Is this a known problem? Okay, well, it seems to be fine, I guess. I'll join up. And now you're just like this extreme level of paranoia. You're not sleeping. When you are, you're rifling through things. Oh man, it's just delicious. I love it. I love it so much. One little thing. And then there's Greg. Oh, Greg, I adore playing with you. It's been 6 years as of February, so I guess we're at 6.5 now.
Wow.
I don't have the exact date, but it's like beginning mid-February. I know that much because I started rewatching our first campaign at the gym, and it's a delight. Gosh, so much love. I appreciate when Trooper asks Greg things, and Greg is like, well, how much do I want to spend? Because Val is like, fuck yeah, give me all the power. But Greg's like, but what's the cost here, buddy? Like, just I can see the cogs turning in your mind, and it brings me joy. Like, how much fuckery are we feeling today? Just delightful. And just, just your maniacal plotting, because I know you're a plotter and I love it. So I can't wait to see what happens. And yes, we need to have that conversation. It will happen. I'm gonna have you fix my arm, and things might just come up. Although, to be honest, Quinn doesn't really care. Is just pretty ambivalent towards most of the crew, so it's fine. And then Trooper. You are a delight. I should have hugged you more when I saw you a few days ago. But it's okay because we did some activities and we crushed them, like escape rooms, and hanging out and eating food. And just my loves for you as a person, because I'm still like riding the sleep deprivation of flights and stuff, and wonderful campaigness, and just you're also wheedling and plotting. You're like, oh, opportunity arises. Let's just mash everyone's all together in this big feelings blender. And you're just like, it's going. That's all my love. Oh, of course, our audience, y'all crack me up too. I watch the chat. I'm not very terribly active in it, but
Not you, YouTube.
Not you. Well, YouTube as well.
Lindy's
I don't have
against
YouTube.
YouTube.
Look, YouTube is right on the tab next to Twitch on my monitor. That's how you know.
And that Trooper and Lindy now don't like YouTube. Take that, YouTube. But I am.
What's that?
It's because I don't get all the spam comments that Cord gets on his YouTube.
Apparently, Lindy
now.
went and spammed some comments on my YouTube.
I did. It's fine. They're great. I'm not
Pot
terrible.
stirring is not just for the show. It's for
Pot stirring is not-
everything.
It's for everything.
Now I'm gonna go read them.
You can find me online on YouTube and Twitch and pretty much everywhere that has a social media. I'm at LaughLoveLindy. I am a tabletop RPG addict. I am currently working on a very ambitious Call of Cthulhu project that involves Greg and Trooper. Although Trooper's face isn't in it, just his voice, and sick beats. As a DJ, and it's I think I'm up to 11 players total in this project, guesting between two kind of mishmash campaigns happening at simultaneously, and it's a beautiful disaster. So that's on Wednesdays. If you want to check out Below the Land of Fire, which will turn into Mysteries at the End of the World at some point. And Mondays, hopefully this Monday, my D&D Mondays in Exandria game, the new batch. We've had to take off because schedules have been weird, new jobs, and people being sick and such. So hopefully we'll be coming back with that soon. And on November 7th, yes, that's a Tuesday, we'll be back with Stargate Flames of Hope, because that is a bi-weekly game, and we had to miss this past week because I was traveling. But Trooper will be there as a guest. He's an AI, a very, very smart, fancy, ancient AI. So we are on a ship, and it's going to be great and wonderful and terrible, I'm sure. So check that out. And that's me. And of course, here next
What's
week.
your present?
Oh, I already said. At the beginning. That was the first thing I said.
All right, fair.
It
I
was
will not
fuzzy
reintroduce
feelings.
myself yet. Fuzzy feelings, but I'm going to say what our chat has said in their messages, because chat's important. They get to go next. Hawkeye, who, by the way, has named our episode "Morning is Broken," donated 100 bits and says, "And now the antagonists are gathered and in one place. Time for a banquet." Apparently not yet. We might get the banquet next week. Although that kind of depends on them. I've got a banquet ready in the corner, but I feel like they might have some conversations. We will see. We got a $25 tip from Anani Moose, which is like a Hey Nani Nani Moose. Says, just so someone doesn't have to find the immunity idol or get voted out the airlock, which is, I am not going to.
Haven't we done that yet?
No one's been voted out the airlock yet. I don't know what will happen in the future,
Vote
though.
Quinn.
Yet.
How about Quinn? She can't be trusted.
I knew. It's gonna be me. I know it already.
She can't be trusted.
I know.
Feel like, you know what? I'm not even talking who's the most menacing person. So Stormbender, 327,
Sounds fine.
donated 100 bits and says, "Great to be here for another episode. Break a leg, and they will probably break each other's legs soon." We got 1 bit from Star A. Thank you, Star. Willin TW donated 100 bits and says, "Wow, that was an intense first part. Lots of notes." My arm's a bit sore. You and also Quint.
Ha ha. Phantom pain.
I want to thank you for that follow from VTM, who's one of Chord's peeps. $50 from Void Smoker, who's done so much of has done all of our main art, which you will see in another context in a time period I cannot tell you yet. Says,
Yes.
if the Baron showed us death is not a certainty, what about taxes? Taxes, thanks for another great episode. We're probably going to learn, probably in that missing year, we're going to learn something about taxes, as well as we've already learned something about death. But
When
the
I
taxes
become
part, I
the
think we're good.
president of number 1, no taxes.
No taxes.
No taxes.
Well, number 1's interesting.
Except for the yellow
Stormbender gave
group.
100 bits and
They
said,
have 30%.
amazing. Well, you're going to go visit the yellow group sometime soon. Stormbender gave 100 bits and said, "Amazing episode." I don't know when. Will NTW just gave 200 bits and says, "Wow, it's been intense from beginning to end. Amazing. Every episode keeps being awesome in its own way. And thanks for all of these awesome scenes today. And Trooper, weaving of all that together is just a masterclass. Amazing." So look, I am just here. My players are like, "Well, I just think," and I was like, "Oh, do you? Excellent. I'll just throw that in." And then the other player's like, I was just thinking, I was like, "Oh, nice." Look, I'm just giving them what they gave me. And I was like, great. I love this. I am Trooper SJP. I have been the storyteller. And I just want to say a couple of things. Some of you have contacts and allies and friends from your past who have not yet showed up on screen. Do not think that I've forgotten about them. I haven't. Just
Or
like I
they
haven't
have.
forgotten about all the things that you tell me. Just know that. That's a present to come. I want to.
Look
I'm
for my
Troopersy. You can
contacts
find
now.
me, all around the place. What is today? Today's Friday. Monday over at Monday, 8:30 p.m. over at Wandering Eastern over at Wandering DM's channel will be Montreal by Night, our Vampire the Masquerade campaign, and then back here next Friday for more of this. So, I deliberately planned a planet that is not unstable, so that the players can just sort of get in and get out. They just get in, fast forward a week and get out. Just whoosh, whoosh. They do have some conversations to have with each other, apparently. And then some people give me presents. Like Ari gives me the present saying, "Oh no, I need to have this scene with Val," and I was like, "Oh, okay." And then what? But see, then it's not like these presents happen by themselves. It started with Greg putting Sue into a diagnostic that keeps Sue unable to interact with the outside world for 5 or 6 hours. And then Ari wanted to have a scene over there, and then sneaking around, and then having a critical failure, and then everybody else. I'm just saying that there are a lot of presents that happened, and I want to say thank you. A lot. Also want to thank Rocket for the conversation that we had in DM about Viridian, which there's some stuff there. There's a thing that one day you may or may not find out, or you will, or whatever, it'll happen. Whatever, I don't know what you're going to do. It just depends on what you're going to do. You're going to find out stuff. But all these things that were happening today have been hanging out for a while. These things have been happening. Everything that happened today was a conglomeration of things that you all have been telling me and that you've all been sort of putting into motion, and then it all just sort of happens. And I really feel like next week we're going to have the banquet, except that now I don't. I feel like we're going to figure out what happens with this, and you're all going to have some conversations or not. And y'all, also side note, I just stoked some fires here because I know that there's some things people want to say and to each other, and that need to say to each other, and I was like, great, we'll just push that a little bit more. And so I know that Quint has got some conversations to have with Val, and also really, it's, I'm just waiting for it all to happen. So I want to say I said this at the beginning, but I am so honored, and it's such a great honor to be able to GM this great group of people who are giving and kind and amazing, and it's just glorious, and who've created such. Here's the thing. Can I tell you why they're great? Chat, I'm going to let you know. My players are so great, and they know their characters so well, and they commit to themselves so well. Here's a behind-the-scenes bit of information. I did not coordinate any of this with them ahead of time. When I said the Rocket is in pain and Severance, you remember a memory when you saw the Harlock in pain before, both of them knew without me saying a word when that was going to be. They both knew it was in the missing year, even though I never said anything. And when I said, hey, Greg, just take over Sue for this scene, Greg knows, right? Know exactly, everybody here knows their characters so well that I can just start with I know where it's going, but I don't say, and they know where it's going to, right? And they'll just tell me, it's going like this. I'm like, absolutely it is. When Ari said to me, for example, oh, Terrica looks exactly like their ancestor. I was like, yes, they do, as a matter of fact. Yep, they look exactly like their ancestor. Yeah. And I knew it. And then Ari told me, and I was like, yep, that's exactly right. So I just love, and all the players have done this to me where they were like, this thing. I was like, absolutely this thing. And so there's this wonderful brain merging between all of us, which I appreciate very much. Also, I will note that psionics are illegal in the Imperium for a reason, because they're kind of scary and they're kind of creepy, and things can happen. And there are histories of people torturing people, killing people in order to leech their psionic energy. There are many things.
Body swapping.
Body swapping.
Creating clones.
Fake news.
Creating clones. And I just gonna say, but I will say two things. These are my final presents to everyone. One, there is a myth of the true king, and it is the idea, the mythic king, that liege of a land, they are inherently connected to that land, such that if the king is ill, the country is ill, and vice versa. And I've always thought the myth of the true king very interesting indeed. That's just one thing. And then the second thing I would say is, I hate people who are I hate the stories where people are genetically superior to everyone, somehow inherently forever. And so people might think they are, but there's usually something, if it's going to be in a campaign that I'm in, it's not just because you have better genetics than other people, it's because of other
You're
things.
Soleimani.
It's because you're Soleimani. Or belief, right? We think about the collective belief, and what does that mean for psionics and power, right? When people believe in you, right? And then what do nobles do? They make themselves one that people believe in. And how does that impact you, right? And I will note that Severance is making himself someone that people believe in. There's just a lot going on here with this whole crew, and I'm really excited to see how it goes. And Rissa notes, don't they usually wind up sacrificing the true king? Well, I don't know. That's weird. Huh. Anyhow, much love to everyone. Much love to our sponsors, Will and TW, and also Josh, Me, and Art, and also to KY Hawkeye, who gave us our title for today, Morning is Broken. And we've got 12 episodes in this season. This is episode 5, which means we have got 7 more. And I suppose they're going to leave number 1 next week.
Probably not.
Based on
Remember when we were going to come here and leave?
halfway through the morning.
We were going to be here for maybe an hour and then leave. And now
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
It was a nice thought.
It was a nice
We were
thought.
also going to do pirating things. Like nothing
hour
has
and
gone
a half.
according to plan. Literally
No.
nothing has gone according to plan.
No, it has not.
I feel like there's
the
pirating
psychedelic
things.
drugs in the vents may still be in the air, so I don't.
I mean, true. I mean, Terrica will
not
still
our
go
vents.
for those.
The space station I poured down.
I'm
In
just going to
general.
say. But they're going to go to a banquet, and then they're going to go and do piracy on their way out of this system. I know it, and it'll all happen next week. That's just me. Just me being hopeful. Everybody, take care of yourselves. You're wonderful. Much love, and I'll catch you on the flip side. Bye, everybody.